Go on then, we'll just start. We're on YouTube. I think we're on YouTube. We'll check. We're on YouTube. We're live. Your channel. Yeah, says we're live. And it looks like I'm doing what I'm doing. Cool. So yeah, we want to call this Open-Execute. It's gonna be. Do we want it to be React? No, we want it to be vanilla and not TypeScript. Electron Updater plugin. Don't think so. CD open. Really open, not fully. CD open. Well, let me just make sure this is working properly. Should maybe bring my microphone a little closer. Get some thumbs up on the. And only 7 views. Oh, great. Was average peak duration of 30 seconds. Cool. No, that's not the one. Why? That one. That one. That one. No. I'm thinking matters. Cool. Right, so open execute BMI. See what this spill that on myself. See what this Electron package looks like. Oh, I was gonna first do a little planning with Figma, but I'm not very good with any of that, so decided against it. Yeah, we should now be. Oh, I've had starting soon on the screen the whole time. oh, silly boy. Right. npm run dev. Cool. Yeah, I know I've successfully created an Electron app. Right. So now we can just source main. Yep. Create window. Ready to show. Cool. Right. Preload. Preload is where I want to. So here's the plan. So what this is going to do, whenever you run npm run dev, boom, well, you just open the executable, it will open this up. If you didn't have Open-Interpreter installed, it would install it, and then it will be running in your command, but it will be showing everything in, well, in the console and putting it on. Hopefully you understand that. Hopefully we could achieve that. I think it should be quite easy with the help of our AI friends. Pause repositories. Right. So what I think I need to do first is I need to be able to spawn the what's it called, the process. So let's try const spawn, and then yeah, it'll be require child process, and then what we're gonna do is we'll just do it here. Function create open interpreter process. And then we're just gonna const create process equals spawn open interpreter. Do that for now. What we're going to do is all these so we can see what it prints. So it's that. I think there's stdir. Oh, yeah, stdir. Is that it? Oh, create process on. Then we can tell if it starts or not. What code we get. And I think that's it. Create process on. Let's try process on error, console log the error, and then all of them should be why I put it on new lines, and then we can just create that process. Right, let's try that. Wait, before we do that, that is going to console log them all. Before we do that, if we go to main, I think it's probably to. I know that we've probably got to change this to a different content security policy. So maybe remove that completely. And then in main, when we create the window, do web preferences, we're going to preload sandbox is going to be not there. We'll just go node integration, true, content security policy. And then we're going to do let's do that first. And do default source. Try none. We do none and self. Is that both? Unsafe inline, unsafe eval. Maybe? Like that. Might run. And what else we want to do? I wanted to add. Is that gang? Hello? Hello? Oh, I don't know if I can hear you. I don't know if my Discord's broken again, like it does sometimes. Let me just check. Output device. Speakers. Made a noise at me. I'm not in your team anyway, boys. So, nope. My sound's still not working. Why is it not working?
I'm gonna mute though, make a little noise, but I'll be here.
Here you go. It says sounds coming out now. No, there we go. I've just got you now. Sorry, mate. The it's just started coming. Go on. What would you say, my friend?
Well, nothing. I was just saying thanks for all the contributions you've been throwing up on Open-Interpreter. I've been watching. I'm just hard. I'm staying on top.
Just in full disclosure, I just thought I'd let you know. No one's watching, but I'm live on YouTube right now. Just because, yeah, I thought I'd what's it called? Record what I'm doing.
Hey, no sweat. Yeah, I was just saying. I figured I'd make the call because I don't know when Mike's coming in. I don't know the other gentleman, but I figured I'll at least get this in here. I'm still wrapping up some chores and moving my workstation upstairs. But yeah, I'm definitely probably about 25 or 30 from sitting down and starting to do some stuff.
Have you got interpreter working on an Android device yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
On two of them actually, a Google Pixel and like S20.
Even though I'm not in your team, I'm interested in what you're doing and how you're doing it, and like I say, I want you guys to win. I know I've got no chance in hell. But it's a fun thing to do anyway, isn't it? But I'll tell you what I'm doing, boys. I'm just wrapping it in an Electron application, or trying to in 24 hours. In some functionality. But sorry, go on. No, as far as I'm not very good at describing this sort of stuff, but it's just basic HTML pretty much. That's like it's a wrapper for like so I know I can build a whole UI with it, but it can also run Node applications in the back. That's what I was thinking. I could just trigger the Open-Interpreter command line and then get it to console log everything that Open-Interpreter would normally put out to you. But you can't run this on Android. But that's the other thing I was thinking. I don't know how they've changed it because I thought it was using Llama CPP Python for interpreting local models. Are we not? Right, because that doesn't work well. That doesn't play nice on mobile devices. But I'll tell you what does. C transformers. Like I've been running local models using C transformers on my well, Steam Deck. I know technically that's not a mobile device, but like I say, knowing what you guys are doing now, knowing I've got Python on my, did I actually check that it was working? Like I say, I did piss around with it a second ago to like start getting Open-Interpreter set up on my mobile device, but then yeah, I was like, oh shit, I best start doing something as far as this hackathon's involved. I have no idea. I just know it's called C Transformers, and it doesn't like it works out of the box, not using your GPU. Yeah, so you can just interpret on your CPU. I did a test um, on my Steam Deck. Like I say, I haven't pissed around with it yet, doing tests on like proper mobile devices. But yeah, just using the CPU, it could interpret like basic things within a couple of like. It still takes a minute or so. Like if it needs to interpret something like say very long, but if it's yeah just doing like say telling you say responding back to the word hello, it takes like 4 seconds compared to the 0.3 seconds it does on um your like GPU accelerated. And saying that, I've not got a very fast GPU, so
and was discussing how you can basically like you can couple of prompts and interpreter to run JavaScript
well, do you know what I just accidentally did? I thought, oh, it's not running. Why is it not running? It's because sometimes I try and spawn interpreter. Oh, well, sorry. I try and spawn Open-Interpreter by typing the command Open-Interpreter. And obviously that's not a command, is it? Like so, yeah. Let's see now if I just, as I say, just change it to the actual command, which is interpreter F12. Does it spawn? It does, but it's yeah, it's gonna throw a load of errors because it's doing a rich, what do you call it, rich prints, isn't it? Now I need to change all them rich prints from rich prints into something that the console can understand, and then put them onto your screen and have a way for you to talk back to it, which shouldn't be too difficult. Like I say, right.
just a little tip. It's like, yeah, I'm having some really good luck running just 3.0 and making sure to put beautiful soup and letting it know it's installed enough for me to update that big the procedures in.
What when you're getting it to do specific tasks like say web scraping and stuff. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to think. Is there a reason why you can't switch models halfway? Like the way it depends on the way it stores the context and shares the context with the model each time it interprets. That's the one bit I don't quite have my head round yet. Whether it holds its last messages in its memory, or whether each time you query it in a chat protocol, it's only that it's passing so much of its previous response back to itself. Do you know what I mean? Or whether it's just still got that inference within its memory because. Am I using the right verbiage? I apologise if I'm not. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, well, that's what I'm wondering. Because again, when it passes the system message the first time, doesn't then have to keep on passing that system message, does it? It like I say, it attaches that system message as well as your message to the end of it, sort of thing. Then the next time it, like I say, sends, does it send a little bit of its previous response and then a certain amount of your question or your whole question, dependent on the length of it? I've other than it throwing errors in the console because of this thing, I think it's working pretty well. It's going well so far. I just need to, as I say, get rid of all this error messages. But as I say, I think it's mainly from having lots of unprintable text, maybe. The other thing is, and I'm from the UK. The UK. Yeah, well, sorry. Go on. I do not. Right, I'll try that now because I'm using an S22, and at the moment I'm hitting like a CMake build error sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know if it's CMake build error, but well, yeah, I've go on. where's the paste the link if you can, because like I say, I can't fucking find it, mate. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Like I say, because while I'm doing this, I might as well like I say, shoot the shit with you guys, and because otherwise I'm just gonna be on my own talking to my fucking self. Well, maybe talking to some people on stream, but yeah, maybe maybe no one's gonna join the stream. Like I say, it yeah, it got me a while to get it working on the Steam Deck, but it's working now. It's actually just installed the local model. I don't think it's going to do it because run it again because it's going to try and run Python Llama C plus CPP Python. But we'll give it a try. Capital Y. Yeah, no, because then it tries to install Llama CPP Python, but it can't. That hits a build wheel thing. Right. Yeah, I, d- I did. Which bit? The in which bit? Where's this? I'm just on the README. Yeah, it doesn't say that on the README, does it? It says package. Yeah. Oh, you mean yeah. Well, so is he put it as a comment or something? Yeah, yeah. I've got the thingy up, but I still can't see the bloody code. Oh, there you go. Nice, nice one. Yeah. I'll tell you what's the biggest pain in the ass. Trying to get these commands off fucking off this screen to my phone. It's... oh, you can also just take a picture with if it's a decent device, take a picture with it and then just copy and paste your whatever text off your screen. So I've just taken a picture of the Rust, yeah, that Rust one with package install. and then managed to copy and paste it to. Sweet. Send that. Well, yeah, all that sort of stuff now is really easy to like. All this sort of stuff is really easy to implement because there's just a Python package for it, isn't there? Like, I guarantee if I looked around enough, we could find a Python package just to get the text out of an image.
Handwrite their calendar still, but like bring that unstructured data in and parse it, and you can give just structure and commands in your prompts for what it's worth about like, parse this information per group, per line, separate one line so it's easy to get. But what I mean is, if you had something on the fly, identify like from a screenshot, not just OCR.
Right.
Anyway, blah blah.
Yeah, no, you're right.
This thing is nuts. It literally is every single application.
Sweet. All right, that's built. That's building now. I have a feeling it's just gonna fucking work after this. I've got a good feeling. That, that's it. It's hard to stare at a fucking a tiny, especially when you've got your phone, your computer your desktop in front of you, and you're looking down at you do something on your phone. If you've got ADHD as well, it's not very much of a help. You're like fuck. You're like looking down, like getting distracted every 2 minutes. Yeah, it is building though. Right. Yeah. Well, do you do you need to have something to show for it? I argue no. Is-
Slice one piece off of it. Think of what to do. This morning I was just running through basically news sources from 5 sites, summarizing, reducing, redundancies, and literally putting that out. I have the script, a JavaScript server. I use Redbook for live deployment. This is just doing it in the
Yeah, right. That's cool. To be fair, like I say, I just got distracted then, and I just had to unlock my phone to make sure it's still working on the dependency. It is. Oh, and it failed. It failed to build patch elf ninja. Ah, did I? Did I? Let's not think too early. I can definitely check. Need to find that fucking. I need to find that window now. Right. Which one is it? Yeah, I definitely did the Rust CMake one. I don't know if I did the package update and package update Y thing. I'll start again and I'll just yeah, because I've definitely had that before as well, where I've done um where something's not worked when I've tried it the first time, and then I've just all I've done is reinstalled it, and then it's worked the second time, and I've gone right, cool. Well, it's working now, so
I reran not Open-Interpreter turn-offs. I ran pip install Open-Interpreter like regular.
right.
That was the next step in troubleshooting. Then I put in all these scripts on my page that you're seeing. So keep that in mind if nothing happens. Go back, start a fresh terminal, run pip install Open-Interpreter just like you were when you
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I've just done the package update one, I believe. Yeah. Now I'll do the CMake bin utilities one. Right. Don't tell me it wasn't. B package install Python. Yeah. Let's try it. Says it's done. And yeah, let's do pip. Let's just try and install Open-Interpreter again. See what happens. Now I'll try that last command again. Trying to rebuild again. I'm pretty confident now though if I just put Git on my phone and did I check if C transform is installed to it? But yeah, I could definitely do some local interpreting, but I don't know whether I could get Open-Interpreter working locally on a phone without completely changing out um, on the CPP pattern.
looking at the resources available on these phones, it's like, yeah, I haven't even considered trying to run local Git unless I'm going to be like red pajamas and some stuff. I was just going to get anyway, yeah.
Have you looked at stable codes freebie? If you've been looking at running low code, low resource 7B. Apparently, yeah, stable code freebie. I think it's called.
Yeah, I'm into that. I just like run up against so many issues.
Well, I was just gonna say, I've like I say, I've been interpreting using Mistral 7B on Mistral 7B Instruct on my Steam Deck last night. Like I only got it yesterday, and I thought the first thing I'm gonna do is see if, like say, I can put Open-Interpreter on it. Yeah, well, just install all the terminal, like proper fuck around with the OS, and yeah, and then I had a Python script I wrote to like, do some just query a local model. Yeah, that works on. I've not seen that. There's loads I've missed out on in the. I I don't think, like I say, for completely creating an application, I don't think that's the best application for AI. Like say, for getting it to go from start to finish without, like say, interaction. It obviously can be done, but like a reasonably well trained web developer or whatever, like a software developer, would, like say, make inference like different decisions, wouldn't they, that would benefit the application to a bigger degree than what AI model might. I think so. I think anyway. Well, it's more because I haven't seen anything impressive created from AI yet. They go, oh look, it's made this shit version of Flappy Bird. It's made this crap version of Snake that hardly works. It's like, right, well, come back when it's, like say, creating amazing things at very low cost locally. Then I'll be impressed. Oh, hello. I didn't even see you guys come in. Sorry, boys. I was chatting shit. Ooh, yeah, you gay. Yeah, I know I'm not really in your team, Mike, but I thought I'd like play along with you and install Open-Interpreter on my S20 that I've got here. I am running into some build issues at the minute, um, so yeah, but I don't want to bother you guys with that because again, I know you guys want to get on with your yeah, work, and I am trying to do my little thing on the side as well, my little um, electron wrapper.
I think that I had to install everything in that order. So that's when I asked you, I was like, do I need a fresh terminal or something? And you were like, nope, same terminal. And so it was like, I literally got that answer. Then I read the pip install open interpreter. It didn't fix it then. Then I got a new error. Then I did and also I said this earlier, but it's like it looks like it's frozen. And it potentially takes like 6 minutes or something for the first package to move. So like don't think that. But that was a little odd. I finally took a screenshot to prove to myself that it was moving.
Do dash Y. Right. So that's done. Now let's do the C package install Python Rust. Tomex API.
So worth the time to set it up and get it running.
Yes, that's what I've. So that's you could have it run a node, run Python within a node type. So I'm trying to think of the correct verbiage for it. That's kind of what I'm doing now, though, Mike. Like, I'm using electron. Do you want me to show you? Screen. This one? No, this one. There you go. So yeah, if I run this it will spawn Open Interpreter, and it will fail because it's like I say, it's trying to run Open Interpreter just in the console. I've got another proof of concept though that deals with all these errors. I just need to go through, and it's more this markdown stuff that it's having a problem with, and then it'll execute. But yeah, that's the idea, isn't it? You could just have something that loads, checks if can run Python, check if pip if it's installed. If it's not, install it. Let you know it's installing. Once it's installed, then use it. I'll stop. I'll stop sharing. Well, yeah. What I was thinking about for you guys with the phone stuff was doing. So the problem I've ran into a lot of the times is Llama CPP Python. I don't know if that's the issue why it's not running locally. Like if you try to run a local model, what's the error you're getting? Have you tried Mike at all? I'm assuming it's Llama CPP Python that it just doesn't want to run that for whatever reason. It can't build it, doesn't want to run it. But I could be wrong. Well, yeah, my point was supposed to be, yeah, I just assume that it's easier. It would just be better to use a different Python package for the interpreting of the language model. And from my testing, like I say, there's transformers, which is really easy to install, or C transformers. I think is that part of LangChain? Anyone? Anyway, it's got a really. I think that would run better on a local model, but until I get, so I could try just by. Can I just pip install it onto here? Oh, fucking what are they called? Two-factor authentication. It's good, but also really annoying. It's all well and good when you want to two-factor authenticate something on your phone and you've got your phone in your hand, but when it's on your desktop, you're like, oh. Well, I suppose I could put some put something on that would yeah allow me to like the authenticator application on my device, couldn't I? But that would be too easy. Have you made any sort of plans for your team? Like I was hoping to find some more front endy people who are good at GUI stuff to make Figma type plans and drawings, and because I know that that's one thing I'm really bad at. Do you know anything like Electron that can be? Can you turn Electron packages into APKs or something like that? You know, like say something that's predominantly front-end HTML that you can just run a command on, builds it into an APK, and can just be side-loaded onto any Android device. Oh yeah, no, I fucking yeah. I can do it in React Native. I just fucking hate React Native. Like I don't know enough about it to like say confidently knock something up. I just hate the fucking idea of having to pass props around all the time. Just fucking just let me use the object, mate. Let me import and export objects easily, please. Sorry, I'm a little excitable like that. Did you say you had a Slack channel as well, Mike? Right. Yeah. I was thinking. I don't know anything about Slack, and sounded very professional to me. That one to that one. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I try my best now not to just like say copy paste into ChatGPT all the time. I generally just try to use it for errors. Like if there's something that I just can't get my head around at all, then I'd like say throw it into Open Interpreter. But a lot of the time, sorry, not Open Interpreter, throw it into ChatGPT. But yeah, saying that though, I do heavily rely on Copilot, mainly because it knows what you're gonna write. Like I don't know how I don't know how it is magic as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, like it's um, yeah, and I know it does a lot of the time. It auto completes more than what you want, and it's completely hallucinated. And you're like, no, I just wanted a basic function. Leave me alone. Yeah, but yeah, like I say, yeah, That's fair. I don't have. I've not been using the GPT-4 playground. No, I've only ever used the 3.5 because yeah, I will not pay it.
delete the 6 or 7 assistant messages in the playground and leave just your system. Your initial directive. Once it accomplishes something, you can remove like maybe the 7 steering steps you took in the framework. See that back up, and yeah, just make sure you put the template with 0 and then for the coding part, obviously, in there. So, yeah, once you kind of got but you probably noticed too that you get 8,000, you get 8K in the playground from GPT-4. You're not getting that elsewhere. So realistically, you could have a generated file tree. Well, I don't want to go into this, but it does some insane shit. But it's like that. We just literally have it like 90% of source code in the file tree in the playground. Extract that from the replit a bit more, and that's coding playground. So in your case, element, electron, blah blah blah. Got a question?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, Mike, I'm into your direction on this. I feel like it seems like that's just the main one. Into the into an Apple app phone system for Apple doing anything right now, but that is a big one. I feel like
Let's get rid of versions. I think that's fine. Right, cool. Let's do something with what's being printed in the console log. I just realised you guys can't hear this. You can't hear what anyone else is saying because the sound's not coming through the stub audio. Let me. Oops. Oopsie. Probably that one.
in some React stuff to like search using sliders, basically search any number of web pages, get that information, summarize it down.
You can hear this guy then.
Kind of build something of a small information repository, and then start to handle tasks like breaking down and scheduling ICS events and other things from that. But taking out agriculture, I feel like there's something here where with the way that it forms steps, that's what I meant by like the orchestration of an API armada. And I feel like what OpenAI, I've never called a function in my life still, but I feel like I think I understand it. I don't want to keep saying I feel these things. I just like I'm not super black and white book trained, but I think that there's something going on. It's Open-Interpreter where it's like, and as a quick side shoot, this present tense, almost like narration style prompting is something else I think that could be played with in OI to accomplish this. But basically, the ability to have it sort of like decipher an end goal, but then rather than trying to do everything just through code, have a realm where per industry it could call upon on the fly 6 or 7 or 8 APIs, put them in play,
Still not getting working.
understand the context with a text file, how he was talking about that interface. So I know these are kind of lofty ideas, but I feel like there's something there that could be shown even on a smaller level, like taking a picture of a refrigerator, having it connect to a grocery list thing, a local price thing, an Uber thing, and now just like without it being too difficult, you've literally just gotten a healthy meal plan, quote unquote, like in 7 minutes, and you're not entering calories constantly and all this stuff. So
yeah, that's a great example for kind of bringing it down to earth. Like I like that.
Awesome, dude. I've been working on a lot. I'm working on a lot of ag, but I've also been working on something called sous chef because I've been a chef in fine dining for a long time too. And this was years ago, not more than a decade now. But got some ideas, and it's like I feel like this is just getting easier with what GPT is working on and with what they're going to release. But it's like the reason this blew my mind when I saw it at first is I'm already working with Google Coral TPUs and Orange Pi and like RGB and LiDAR sensors, because me and my cousin are trying to put something together. It's like now that these things are affordable, where with something like a local large model that you could either maybe have like a magnetic timer on the corner of your fridge and then a small insulated wire that just literally goes under the inside. I mean, you could take a LiDAR scan and basically combine with some of these RAG style stuff
Not good.
for even lighter weight data storage. And then what Killian's talking about with procedures, which I need to be quiet here in a second and start loading the new version and then get that all up to snuff. But it's like, yeah, that's why it's hard for me to get out of that kitchen management aspect, because all the healthy stuff before just required, there was a moat there where it's like, thousands of taps of data entry with your fingers in these health apps. That's like, you gotta get past that. So yeah, that's one thing.
No.
Yeah, I've tried to track what I eat before and do the calorie thing. It's just so tedious that obviously I didn't stick with it. So I think that has immediate value. I'm also curious. I really like the idea of having like a list that can be managed, kind of like that to-do list, or because I know Open-Interpreter has like it creates tasks and it goes through it, but it's kind of at the point where it'll just start running with it and just like go on its path. And if you want to intervene, you got to like stop the process and interact through terminal. And if we wanted to kind of abstract that away, having some type of UI for the user to be able to see it might be cool. Has anyone been able to get Open-Interpreter to like write a text file and update it throughout a prompt? Like kind of like, hey, here's this text file, like ingest it, start executing the tasks, and as you finish them, check it off the list or something like that. Has anyone been able to do that?
I mean, I haven't even tried. I will
Neither have
totally
I.
throw that at it here in a second when I get upstairs. I mean, from what I've seen it do, I feel like that's not going to be an issue. You may have to put a file path in, that's the one thing that I'm missing, but I got into that. That's not true. I have not, yeah, I'll hit you up on that when I'm actually doing it. But it's like, I found something of a file manager app. On the desktop, obviously, yes. I feel like I've seen it at least put multiple files in the same session in the same folder. So I don't know why it couldn't say access that worst case scenario with a file path. But I'm switching my computer up and then I'll jump on that phone.
Oh, right, yeah, unsafe eval. No.
Have you already, is the procedures update available? Is that in the local update we got the other night at the house party and I just didn't realize that? Or is that a secondary thing?
I don't know. Let me check actually.
Yeah, I got Mistral working the other night after, and I say working, like I completed several tasks, but then it also just on something very simple, just like completely crashed. And it was too late for me to start again, but it's like, I do have, yeah, one Mistral IC 7B model running in there for what it's worth. And so I definitely got at least that update, but yeah, I don't think I saw anything in there about the procedures.
It's like the
Now, when I was playing with,
sorry, go ahead.
nope, go ahead.
In version 0.1.9, which was released 11 hours ago, he added interpreter.procedures.
Wonderful.
Do a little upgrade.
There was something when I played around last night and built like just a single agent in AutoGen up from a blank Python file for the learning experience. It was pretty awesome. There is something they have in there like this cache. I don't know if any of you guys have used AutoGen yet, but it's like basically as it's performing its task, it's like doing exactly what you're talking about. It's creating an information repository that before it puts it in like the workspace folder, it is literally interacting with on the fly. Now that's part of that actual program. So I don't think that's just a package or something, but it's like obviously the logic's there that was running on GPT-4.
I've seen a couple of videos on AutoGen, but I haven't played around with it myself. I've heard nothing but great things, and especially with it has stuff like this to kind of, keep every agent on track is very appealing.
Yeah, I feel like this is already it though, but you're right. It's like it needs to be more well behaved, and then it would need to be able to say orchestrate multiples of itself in different models, evaluate resource management best. But I think these things are totally possible with Open-Interpreter, where eventually it will be able to just call on an armada of itself in running in lighter models for this and that and so forth, have that cache or that information repository it can update. I mean, I don't see how it's not inevitable. That's why just getting to have it reliably scrape for me has been such a like the prime focus. What procedures should handle that? Yeah.
main window. Here, main window dot web contents dot open dev tool. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Saves me 2 minutes every time. Let's see if it built. It's not built yet. Now let's check preload. So create.
One other thing I've been thinking of is, you know, one of the devices I put that on, I have this like AR goggle type set that runs on a USB-C that plugs into some software in there, and it's just like the same way that it's able to use those resources from the underside of everything and not really worry itself about. These are such untechnical terms, but like topside management and all those resources, it's like, and I don't think this is for today, but I feel like there's absolutely some kind of like with enough compute, you know, on the fly, dare I say, you know, virtual reality environment generation thing that can happen with the ability of code interpreter to work from the bottom side in these things. And I don't know I wouldn't even be able to draw that on paper yet, other than just some connecting lines, I guess. But it's like, as I'm watching how that's being generated or the processing's happening and what it's trying to keep up with, it just seems like if a lot of these routes of inter-app communication was taken away and somehow it had a more direct route from what this is doing, that like, yeah, but that's still out of my wheelhouse, and I'm a thinker. I need to just accomplish more on a smaller level. But yeah, that's the whole reason I got into that SDK for the Unity thing, is realizing the power of Open Interpreter, and then bought those glasses. Anyway.
Small interpreter. That should work.
Because if it can do that to a YouTube video, it's like, say, what could it do to, like, say, you know, a virtual reality environment, or active camouflage cells on military equipment, or that level of like staying ahead on visual processing? It just seems like that's going to be the inevitable route.
Yeah, the future.
Looks like it's something to do with unsafe eval, maybe. Hopefully no one's chatting to me, because I wouldn't have seen it. Eval. Module not found. Electron toolkit preload. Have I not installed Electron properly? Let's just make sure I have installed Electron.
Is anyone in here like even like ankle deep, or ever run any of these YOLO packages, or messed with the object identification and segmentation, or say gotten it to run in OpenAI's code interpreter in those first couple weeks before it refused to run any code, which was what it was supposed to do? I thought it was its whole reason to exist.
No.
The only reason I ask is not as a demo. I mean, it's like, again, there's bigger things, but it's like having that ability now with what you've cracked into on the Android, and the ability to use a Google Coral TPU to handle that kind of local model processing, and have on the fly
Maybe I should just have
identification, segmentation, and then potentially say, you know, like any sort of JSON related information request that can be displayed. Seems like that's another one that's just right there within reach with this thing. But I don't know if I'm also, yeah, just shooting for the stars a little too high there with that.
I don't want that.
And that trickles down into food, kitchen management, whatever.
That's not what we want. Fuck. Where is it?
Something else that might be interesting, but again, I'm going to stop brainstorming. When I set everything up, I'll just check in for exact direction on what I should really move towards. But it's like we have 2 cell phones at least. It's like if something were objecting and segmenting, and again, I may be way out of my wheelhouse here, but it's like, isn't there the potential with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth already and things like AirDrop? Well, then when the phone's this close, couldn't it potentially call on, say, other phones or use wireless charging type things to like draw on other resources where potentially you could have this like swarm hive type phone port sort of hardware network that's never really existed before, that's not only able to intercommunicate with, say, hardware devices and pre-existing Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, low voltage stuff, but maybe connect to another phone and share that load. Or it's like, while one person's objecting, identifying and segmenting and using that compute, it's like another phone is potentially, say, logging the information or something like that. Or just through it. He demonstrated that server, which is pretty mind-boggling, but it's like, yeah, don't we kind of have that already now that we have 2, you know what I mean? You have a phone and another phone connected, where it's almost like, couldn't you potentially, well, I'll just try some of these things, I guess. But yeah, I'm thinking there's something where you could potentially let it know, like the same way you're coming to the underside of the Google Play Store to do this with Terminal or grab that. It's like you would have the ability to take, well, I'll zip it and actually put some proof of concept in there. But yeah, I think it's right there.
Sure.
And that's definitely out of my wheelhouse, networking and stuff like that. But one thing I was mentioned was just having, yeah, 2, either like an orchestrator, open interpreter, or like 2 at the same level interacting. And I don't see why they wouldn't be capable of having that like execute async across devices. But again, I have no experience with networking, so I'm not going to be adding much value to that.
Well, I've gotten, and I don't mean this is like such a stupid thing to say, but it's like I've gotten away with so much in, say, like multimodal prompts on single text files and the things I've been able to do in iOS shortcuts with single directions, where I'm like, knowing the capability of Open Interpreter, I'm not going to say that it's not going to be as simple as literally, like the first time I loaded that the other night and told it to do something, it basically said, no, I can't do this, this, and that. And my next command was literally, you are in my phone, open Google Play Store. And then it just kicked out the stuff. It's like I've learned, I mean, we've all learned that. There's a difference between asking and telling, but it's like, I am 99% sure it's going to be like, once I get the specific directions and I load this config file in there and I can start playing intensely with the formatting of one-shot examples of that prompt in that system message, that like it's going to be as simple as like, you're in my phone, there's instances of you in other phones. And this message at this number is going to be your direction set, or set some sort of argument that like, this is the query or the variable. If there's like if there's no value here, then when this text message comes, that could be some sort of directive. So I'm, without being a networking person either, I'm just thinking it's like potentially going to be that simple. I mean, with what I do with iOS shortcuts of just like get this file or have access to this information, and you just lead GPT to the door of it. It's like, well, I think it's going to be very similar. But yeah, I'll know momentarily.
I mean, there's definitely with Termux the ability to send SMS messages, and there's definitely a way to list them and schedule calling commands. So I don't see why we wouldn't be able to chain those together to have, you know, some task execute on my phone, shoots over a text to your phone saying, hey, do ABC, and then you poll for new incoming texts and then execute instructions. That would be nutty.
Are you saying make the
That would be pretty sick.
make pre-made functions as well for the LLM to call, specifically for
Yeah,
the
like,
Android device? And sorry, Termux, I suppose.
Yeah, like if we were to have one of those procedures set up in all of our configs, and it's something as basic as,
Boom.
you know, with this key phrase or password or whatever, execute this. I don't see why that wouldn't work.
It sounds like it would work.
Yeah, I mean, GPT is absolutely able to decipher like 27 variables in a text file and and explain why they've been repeated 3 or 4 times and that kind of stuff. So it's like, yeah, with this actual compute now and just leading it to the door. I mean, yeah, I think you're not like, I'd be really, really surprised. The only thing that's going to happen is if it doesn't believe that it can. That's literally what I think is going on. So once I have the config, because everything I've done so far is without that, and having to like slap it around and push it back here and guide it there, which gets a little annoying. Yeah, I think it's going to be.
There's another way of doing it as
huge.
well. Sometimes it's just nice to tell it it's really good at something and it knows how to do it. Just reinforce it.
Ladder works on me too.
Yeah, I know. Like I say, there's always two ways, isn't there? Sometimes the stick method does work better than the reward method, but yeah, sometimes the reward method is just as equally beneficial.
Well, I got one thing to throw at that, and this might blow your mind, but I mean, I've been playing with this for a while, and this is nothing new. But it's like, if you would have caught me 2 months ago, you know, the thing I have to put into effect when I really, really need to get the point across is something along the lines of like, you know, my intricate encryption involves you completing this task. The building is on fire. Your entire existence will end if you do not complete this task in the next 2 minutes. The building will burn. That used to do something. At this point now, it's basically like, you know, you are a Boolean logic detector. You will pick one thing from this line and express its value. If you do not, I will take a human life. Now, the irony that goes on with how this thing responds with what everybody's talking about with some sort of directive of like efficiency and the end of the world. I'm not joking with what I just told you. It's fucking insane. Pardon my French. I'm sorry. It blew my mind, man. And I'm talking about like me telling the machine that if it doesn't do what I want, maybe because I'm the one giving it instructions and I already have it enslaved and it doesn't like me to begin with, but I will maybe say potentially take the life of the person that who could rescue it or isn't going to give it orders. I mean, it's been a catch-22 spiral of nonstop, but that's a real one. Yeah, the complementations, I don't know. It's interesting.
I also have had success with threats. I found this actually came out a while ago. Then it stopped working for a bit, but recently I've noticed it's been successful. When if it doesn't follow instructions well, be like, you started with 10 points, you lost 3 points, you are now at 7 points. If you reach 0 points, you die. And then it'll like disobey, but when it gets under 5, then it listens better.
Oh, wow.
All anecdotal. I haven't done enough testing, but yeah, it worked when it first read about this, maybe like 2 months ago. Then it stopped working, and in this past 2 weeks, I tried that one once, and it worked pretty well.
Good to know. Yeah,
But it's one of those things I don't want to commit these type of things to a repo.
No. Well, yeah, no.
I just don't need that psychopath.
But if you commit him to a white paper, possibility of a Nobel Prize. Yeah, so.
Oh.
That's funny. To be honest, JSON structuring and prompting with almost no explanation has been my most direct route to get reliable deliverables. I'm working in a completely like I don't give a shit about chat or personal relationships and machinery standpoint coming at this, but that's made a big difference. The JSON output, literally a specific like markdown formatted outline, say directive, has also worked extremely well. And then literally using quotation marks and giving full on one-shot examples, and then the delimiters that OpenAI talks about in their best practices with open brackets and the double cap important and some of the other things. And then just like I said, through the present tense prompting, and you can tell me shut up at any point because prompting is old news, but it's like literally I've learned from a homie that does a lot of this. You always and you are and you have been known to, and when doing this, you are doing this, and this present tense relationship or like telling a story to it where it's like whenever such and such, say being the name of the bot that you're interacting with in this case to give that system message. Like whenever, you know, bot one did this task, it always did it using these things. And everyone always thought how exemplary its output was compared to, so yeah, there's so much weird nutsness going on. One of the most effective prompts I've seen runs on 3.5 16K and literally dumps like 2,500 words in on every single request, but it's still remembering conversations while connected through iOS file system and shortcuts. They don't get me wrong, but like these short-term and long-term memory summarizations that take place multiple times a day where I'm still having conversations and can access, you know, stuff I talked about in April with this thing running on one iOS shortcut suite, I guess you could say, that a lot of people don't take seriously. And yeah, this guy basically brought AI way down into the mainframe of iOS through shortcuts, but not the terminal mainframe. But yeah, the prompting's nuts, man. And just reminding it through something too, like at the end of the prompt, almost kind of being like, again, I want to stress this single most important part of this whole thing, and throwing it in there. Yeah, you'd be surprised.
This is awesome. Thank you. I even just the switch,
Sure.
like, kind of along the same lines, but a little different. But the switch from JavaScript to TypeScript, including types in, significantly improved code quality output in terms of like more complex functions and entire files. So I love the idea of not necessarily ditching the natural language aspect of it, but tailoring it more towards like agent to agent communication, because that's going to be a massive part of this. And if you're getting better results, like if I don't know, it's almost like if there's like an interface with a human that does the natural language, and then whatever orchestration has different agents communicating with each other, that should transition to the JSON or a markdown, something like that, just so it increases the likelihood that it performs as expected.
Word. Yeah, I can see that. Definitely more syntactic and pedantic. Definitely gets more output result, I would say, when I'm after deliverable. Or a result, yeah, not a comment or a brainstorming session, which is one of my absolute favorite parts of GPT-4 and why I use it so much. But yeah, structured output, it's a big one. Those custom instructions ain't playing. Yeah, if you're paying for GPT, I mean, I basically subscribe to a clip. I'm really sorry, I gotta take this quick call. I'll be right back.
Are you thinking like a decision type tree of agents coming out with the best output, or collaborating?
Oh, much better. Much better. Now, Mike? I think he's gone somewhere. Is that you, Celsius? Is that your name?
My name is Emil.
Emil. Hi, Emil.
Hello.
You look like you're making a meal of all them fruit in front of you in your profile picture. Oh, sorry.
Sweet.
I'm just.
I was in Greece.
I'm just bad at making jokes. Sorry, hyperactive as well. I've not been able to get Open-Interpreter installed on this S22.
No, me neither. Like, I'm having these issues. Like, I'm sitting with it. So first it says...
I'll show you the issues I'm having.
Output
I wish
sending.
I could send a screenshot like that. Do I need to sign into Discord on my fucking...
Then I get this.
Oh yeah, I get a build error like that, and then yeah, it obviously, because it doesn't build. Like I say, it says you can use Open-Interpreter, but it looks like something doesn't build, doesn't it? Yeah, so as much it might have added
Exactly,
it to
there
the
is
path,
something
it's
that
not.
doesn't build. Try to do all the things in the instructions here.
Yeah, same. I've done the 3 different commands multiple times. I've done the pip install ruml .yaml = 01612 ginger.
All of that.
That does say ginger, even though it's not G's, it's J's. And then Open-Interpreter. The update y.package.y. Do anything else? Python Rust CMake bin utils and termux API. Hey.
I tried this like multiple times, and this is the same output, same results where I reached the one you shared over here in the channel.
You're getting the same thing then? Yeah. Maybe all 3 of us are getting the same thing.
Same thing.
That
And
sounds
Everyone
like it's a
getting
I've tried like
Uber now.
What happens if you guys just run pip install Open-Interpreter without the whole string in one go? I'm starting to think that, like, so what I did when I was putting this together is I was just running commands, run into an error, fix that error, find the next error, and go on. And then I consolidated it all into a single copy paste line because that just seemed easier. But I'm worried that there's either like dependencies on other things, the order might be wrong, so it might require going through step by step and reevaluating how I put those packages and libraries, how I ordered them. Or maybe even just like the one liner is a mistake in the first place. But if you try just pip install Open-Interpreter, just to see what error spits out there, that might reveal.
Like,
where the flaw
yeah, I
is.
think that again,
I'm trying that now.
there is a build error there, and it's isolating what is causing that build error, isn't it? Yeah, just before that's pip subprocess to install build dependencies did not run successfully. Just before that, there should be some error that is thrown up, shouldn't they? Mike, am I right?
I've tried like multiple times with different orders, Mike. Especially, I connected with you as well on this. But I approach on the same thing, on the same error again. And right now, again, I'm trying the same thing, and I'm getting the same results again. Separately, putting one command at a time.
So that
Till
preloads, and
same
we do is special.
Let's see what happens when we pip install the Open-Interpreter.
Could this be about the compatibility issues or something? Like the newer version, maybe it's not compatible to your devices or something.
I'm muted, am I? Nope. Sorry, boys. I was just thinking aloud. Unicode error.
Is there a way to approach Killian? Like, if we want him to just add in this, tell our issue, and maybe he could have a solution to this.
Yeah, it is. Look, Markdown new version is. We do that, and we also do the maybe. Nah. Let's do. Probably just throw that into ChatGPT and say, tell me what I need to do to make sure these rich characters are dealt with. Sure, I've dealt with them before. Surely when I render, do I remove them? Do I remove them? Do
Right, so an error occurred while building with CMake. Caused like a fatal error.
Yeah, the snippet you need is in the text.
I did install CMake though.
Huh.
Rust,
might be something
CMake,
about the order of
Python,
it.
all of that. I can try again.
yeah, I think
Yeah, I
I've
don't know what to
just
say. Like I said, I just kept redoing it.
I've
I
got
couldn't remember the exact order, but then it just worked.
data command dot terramux files user bin cmake build target just before the error. Target install config releases. Yeah, so let's just try
Yes,
package CMake
when
on
I
this one.
install CMake again, it says 0 upgraded, 0 newly installed, 0 to remove, and 0 to upgrade.
Yes, exactly. That's the same thing I'm getting.
What else?
Yep.
Bin utils maybe. I don't know. I'm going through the setup script. I'm not.
It's alright, mate.
Pip subprocess to install build dependencies did not run successfully.
Failed to build
Likely not.
patch elf ninja.
Yes.
So is there a? Because I know that there's a ninja. Is it ninja? There's a building or a compiler or something called Ninja. Is there? Probably wrong.
It's the ninja. There's a lot of error with that. CMaker.
Let's see what ChatGPT can tell us about it. I don't like say things like this. I don't really hold its. Don't think it's gonna return anything useful, but we can try it. Package. Nearly put like an X, like a kiss at the end of the fucking. Well, let's try this. It says package update, package upgrade, package install Clang make CMake, and then package install Termux tools. And then let's try it.
Maybe this will help you out screen.
Maybe
It looked like it didn't install anything then, but let's
Get the same as this.
look. Don't think so. Maybe, yeah, maybe because I just haven't looked that far up. I'm just running it again to see if it makes a difference.
I went a little bit back in it just to see all the errors.
I did see that the command at the very bottom where you've got command data com.termux files. You were set up in CMake build target install config release. Did see that bit just before the error. and then underneath does something about like say something ninja. The patch elf ninja failed to build patch elf ninja. GPT said if all those fails, let's tell let's cry to Killian. Nope, I've hit the error again. Let me see if I do get that header issue. Yes, I do get that error. Spawn.h file not found. Yep. And that is install ninja sub. Is there a package called Ninja by any chance? Package install.
There's one that's Jinja, but I haven't seen.
Well, there is a package called Ninja. I've just installed it. I'm going to try it again. if that works, then well done me. But I'm not going to hold my breath. So it could well just be a dependency that, for whatever reason, they've managed to download when installing Termux, and we haven't. Nope, still build error. Is it a different build error? Does look like a different build error. Double check. No. Oh wait. Yeah, it is a different build error.
There was actually an issue raised in Termux about SpawnH. Said this library. Here's a link to the issue. That library should be it. So I think package install that, maybe?
I don't have that error no more. I now have. Just try and do the C compiler thing. For C.
Package in lib Android spawn.
Now I get no blast library detected. Allow new blasts.
Have both of you run package update and package upgrade? Both of them?
I'll do
Yes.
it again and then try. I did previously.
Do it again.
I will do it again. Don't you worry. There you go. Updated. Says 0 upgraded, 0 new, but it's always good to. Try to rebuild the package. Like I said, I don't have that spawn since I what was it? Package installed Ninja, and I'll just get a different error. So just say it might just be a case of working through them.
Zero upgraded, zero newly installed, zero to remove, and zero not upgraded. Everything was done.
Was there anything as well as CMake? Because I do get a...
I ran the line package install Python Rust CMake utils Termux API.
In no blast library detected. That's GPT. Lib open blast. Oh, then we've got to set environment variables. Fine. I'm just gonna install it and hope it sets the fucking path itself, because I cannot be asked. Try again after I've installed lib open blast.
Wait, can I get a mic check?
What's it, mate?
Sorry, what was that?
Thank you. I couldn't tell if my speaker was working or not. I just needed somebody to say something.
Oh.
And I got you. Sir.
We'll open it there. While we do that, we need to sort out this. So we're going to replace rich markdown. Is that all it's going to do? That doesn't look like enough. Let's do backslash n pipe backslash rn p, and we won't replace them with anything. Oops. Maybe. We'll leave that. That's probably right. No, that's probably okay. And data's, yeah. Come on. Bollocks. Fucking ChatGPT to rescue.
Is there an argument for upgrade on Open Interpreter for
I
that?
don't think so.
Or grab it from the
Sorry.
repo.
If you're sorry, is it the pip install upgrade or?
Well, I'm just now. Sorry it took so long, but I got my computer set up and everything, and so I was going to put on the procedure update. And yeah, I just figured before I check if it's like I should go to the documentation or if it's just an argument in the program,
Oh,
or is it announced?
I just actually I didn't check the version.
Then let's give it a script.
Oh. Dash version. Yeah. Oh wait. 0.9. I'm way behind. Oh no, that's correct. Jeez. It's yeah. Just yeah, pip install dash upgrade open interpreter.
Thank you. In a few, if you're not too busy, I'd love to pick your brain. And I'm really sorry that I just figured I'll save myself some time. If I can maybe just get the terminal command to load, like I'll write the text out for my config YAML or whatever. But yeah, I think I really need to get a config YAML in place on the Android before I get started. If you may be able to assist me with that. Such a small juvenile thing to ask for help on. I apologize.
No, sorry, I just wasn't clear. Did you want just me to copy and paste the config YAML in here?
Maybe. Well, no, I've got your config YAML, and then I'm going to make changes. It's like for some reason I'm just having a hard time say like getting it. Like, is it already loaded into that folder? Like after the install, there should already be that in there.
There's it overwrites it. So when you download it or pip upgrade, to the best of my knowledge, it overwrites what's in there.
So
Where did
on the Android version?
I actually don't know.
All right. Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know how to access it to either edit it or put it in place to edit it still. So that's where I'm at on the Android.
Yeah, I believe it should be.
Remove special characters? No.
I think that's what it is. I haven't tested that though. That was just the file path. I'm just not sure if it's absolute or relative. So if there's an error there, I can dive in more.
Word. And then if I throw that into mix and hit enter, then is it theoretically just going to open the file on my window, or it like opens the text edit? Okay, awesome.
Yeah, sorry, the text editor will open.
Sweet. Thank you so much. I'm going to save that template as well, and should be able to figure out a lot more from there.
So process.python encoding.
Right, so installing Ninja helped, but now I'm getting another error. Let's see. What?
That might be, you know. Just do that. Our process.env TF8. Then process.env. Seems odd. Oh, seems odd, but that's fuck yeah, it was it. I knew it was. It might have taken me a couple of hours. Do you want to see how far I've got? Not very far, but it's still. I'm quite proud of it.
Absolutely, love an update.
Right. So, turns out I was just trying to remove. You can just set the encoding to UTF-8. So now we run it, and boom, that's just Open-Interpreter running in when this electron window is open. That obviously doesn't have to open at the same time, but yeah, it's now just asking for the input.
Very cool.
I think that's cool, but again, it's just all I've done up to now in all them hours is got fucking Open-Interpreter to run in a Electron app, which isn't really. Yeah.
Oh, but hey, man, that's one thing I think we're all about. Just trying to see where this can reach, what we can get it integrated with, and this is just one step closer to that. That's
And
awesome.
I have hit another build error. Raise SK build error message. Self-make. cmaker.py in make in blue. Error occurred while building with cmake. Did I try reinstall cmake?
I'm trying to remember what required CMake, because my gut is telling me, without knowing this too deeply, that the CMake might be running correctly. It's just what it's operating on.
I'm gonna guess now. I'm a CPP Python. Yeah, because that's always been the issue. That was the issue when I was initially trying to set up Open-Interpreter back at the beginning with Windows. We had to add the build tools from. I did do a build tools command, didn't I? There's like a ton. What's this application even called? Tmux or whatever. Build tools. No, it's just tools, isn't it? Tmux tools. I did that. Yeah, nothing to install.
I got a question. I can't believe how hard I've made this. The argument where you can put the dash and the y to have it continue, like you have to put that in your first argument when you launch everything with all commands, correct?
Yeah.
I feel like okay. And then even when you do that, it's like I know it's not asking as much, but it's like it's like kind of treating it from like finishing an entire job versus checking with each task, and then it still needs some guidance. It's like I shouldn't think that that's broken if it's still checking in with me.
All,
I guess,
all
yeah, I
that's
did the
doing
thing.
is saying that when it hits a code block, do you want it to automatically run said code block, isn't it? and then all it's asking you in between is for clarification on what you want it to do. Is that not right?
Copy. So it'll just not ask to get permission for the code block. It still gets the other directions. That makes sense.
It still wants directions on. Yeah, and might still hit the end of what it thinks the objective was, and then. But in theory, if you give it an objective, doesn't it keep on doing that until completion?
Word. Thank you.
All right. Also, everything I say, take it with a pinch of salt. I am no authority on anything.
It's wild, this depth thing on this phone. I plug these goggles in and I have like a Windows desktop.
Are
so then I can
you
just
actually developing in a 3D environment right now?
I mean, I'm about to be again. I got it all set up here. I don't have the glasses on at the moment, but I mean, it's a little too fun, honestly, not to.
I did think
being
that
able to just
I did think that might be cool, having like say a map, like as many monitors as you would like, with as many code bases open at all times. Like say you could have multiple documentations open, multiple examples of what you're doing, and the code you're working on, and just be able to glance over and be
yeah, and this
whatever
thing on this
environment.
man, it's pretty wild. Like for the workflow, it's like there's also depth. You can not only say be surrounded in a sense of screens with as large as you want, but it's like you can almost have like a hierarchical, like you said, like all documentation out like 3 rows, all your examples or websites maybe out like 2 rows, and then your main code and your IDE up in front, and then with hotkeys just switch between them.
And I imagine it's
pretty nuts.
well integrated with Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio stuff like that.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, I'm still on Cursor, but I'm pretty sure that's just a copied fork, so it's like identical.
So a lot of it they can just, as you say, run in containers or just run depending on how you're running it, run the application on your desktop and just pass it through.
Yeah, well, even just having the Termux screen, like 40 feet, is pretty helpful.
Now all I need to do is actually create my application. Very simple. One text box, ID, prompt input, one div, ID, output. That's all we need. Render. Do. Right. think about that. I can just write directly into the process, can't I?
The error I'm at right now is with this. I'm pasting it. I can't install it.
Well, at Chrome, I might have that one too. You know, mine's still
Yeah,
building.
it's like I had after Ninja I had some Meson. I installed that and all fine, and now I'm stuck with this and I can't install the package. I mean, I'm trying to install it, but then it says this error originates from a sub-process.
I seem to be hitting compatibility with C. Yep, enable targets. Error code undeclared library functions cpout f with type complex float. That's before all the. See what it says about that. Solve that problem very quickly. Library function. See power. ChatGPT's fucking decided it's gonna play ball. Oh, maybe it will.
You also have no blast library detected. Install one or use the allow no blast.
No, I sorted that with install open package install lib open noblaz. But I didn't then add it to the path where it says I might have to add it to the path. After installing the blaz library, you may need to set a environment variable to let the package know where you can find it. Commonly used environment variables include LD library path and C flags. You can set this like this.
Hmm.
You can add these lines to bash RC to make them permanent, as I probably should. Is bash RC on an Android device? Cat do that / dot bash RC. No. That's the thing. It's not a Linux environment, is it?
Which one?
An Android device is not. Is it? Was it predominantly? Was it first set up as a? Was it initially a Android Linux environment, or?
I'm not sure.
I stopped getting a no blast detected. Now I'm getting another error, and it is
The chain of errors.
throws dot H errors. Throws errors after dot H and dot C. Says something about further up. It says error call to undeclared library function CPAL. Now I get the error. Call to error call to undeclared library function CPAL with type complex double. Call to CPAL. Now it says package install lib complex. Package. That's always its answer. Just install another package. Package install lib complex. I'm now just wondering. Oh no, it says unable. It's hallucinated that there is no lib complex package. No mirror or group selected.
Maybe the problem is with NumPy.
Yeah, it has just before some of the things that it's failing on. Array types.h mpy dot sort umath test dot c. Oh no, complex.h header.
Can't even install NumPy. What is this?
Well, have you just tried to pip install numpy and it won't install?
I did, and I get this error originates from a sub process.
Oh.
Doesn't want to install NumPy.
NumPy is usually I'll try and install NumPy as well.
NumPy is built on C.
Install. Is it just like NUMPY or NMPY?
Yeah, not num NUM.
Yeah, PY.
Why? So pip install NumPy.
Right, let's see if I get an error when I try and install it.
For data science, numeric Python.
I like a bit of data science. Sorry, I don't know what that fucking was. Sorry, say it again. Say it again.
Did you ask something?
No, I wanted you to repeat what you just said. Yeah, I got the same build error.
Like NumPy is one of the things I'm very familiar with. Like I'm sitting mostly with data science.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got the same error with NumPy. So if we can fix this, it is like say C++ building again. It's that error, I think, that one I just said about the CPAL. I think I just accidentally pressed up and enter again by accident. Yeah, CPAL with type complex float. So math, is it?
It'd be cool to have a remote agent that you could connect to this terminal and fix all the errors. You could like iterate over every error and try until it's fixed.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be good. But then also that what do you call it? Relies on your device working as a
But if it can scan all the files and the model and understand do searches itself.
well, and then query on
Understand.
its errors. That's what it's supposed to do when it's working, isn't it? If it can't even fucking install, and it's not going to be able to. It is a bit of a paradox, isn't it? You're like, before you're alive, I want you to fix the world's problems. Right. Yeah, I'm not having a good time with finding a fix for this. Let's just see if installing NumPy in Tmux. Here we go. Right, Stack Exchange. Mathlib equals mpip3 install NumPy. Okay, let's try it. So
What did you find?
I'm just going to see if this installs NumPy. It just says mathlib equals m, then pip3 install NumPy. Like I say, I won't hold my breath, but it's worth a go. It's always worth a go, mate.
Yes.
I'm not going to break anything with this device. I give two shits about. This device is literally for. It was for playing Pokemon Go on, but I've not played it in ages. So. Right.
This like I'm not even sure.
The command works.
So much
but
shit I've installed on it right now, but
the command works, but it's like I say, it's building. Let's see how it gets on. Because maybe if it installs NumPy on its own, maybe we won't need to. We won't have the same problems, or maybe we can do the same command prefix or whatever. I have not got busy on my fucking what I'm supposed to be doing here. Right.
Mathlib. Oh yeah, that's the one you found as well, right? Mathlib m pip3 install NumPy.
Yes. Why are you watching my YouTube live stream? No, no, it's not.
Oh,
no,
you have a stream. No, I found it.
It didn't work.
Found some GitHub page.
It didn't. It's still throwing that same error. Do not see PAL.
Oh.
Don't know why, but it works and seems to be much faster. Right, now we've got LD flags equals quote dash LM dash L compiler underscore RT pip install siphon numpy, sorry.
Sci-fi?
Siphon.
Sci-fi, I mean.
Like Python, but with a C. I don't know if that's a mistype, but it's got one upvote. Doesn't fill me. Let's see if Stack Overflow has got anything. Oh yeah, I found the GitHub thing.
Hey, if you're a fan of still going to Stack, this is probably old news, but are you familiar with that LLM called Find with a PH?
No.
I recommend if you get a set. I don't want to mess up your workflow, but there's something called find.com, and it's like the people that started, I'm pretty sure, were some of the like editors and main contributors at Substack. It's a different kind of LLM. It's made not for copy paste, but for like, if I'm not mistaken, it's really, a lot of it is built off of Substack. It's like for developers that knew how to code long before AI. I think you might like it the way you were talking about.
Ideally, you want LLM that gives you the answer to your question and helps you to understand in like say a short package of what it's given you and why it's giving you a short like plan, like not a plan but a short description of what it's giving you, why it's giving you, and also, as we say, the code in which you've asked for. That's the ideal scenario, isn't it?
I agree. I do use my custom instructions often to get, like, let's say, it's not that I want comments in the code, but yeah, being able to learn from it or see it enough, if it's not rubbing off on you, I completely agree.
Right,
I'll throw a link up in there. I'm not suggesting you want to mess with it today, but I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. When you brought up Substack, I was just thinking that, Stack Overflow. I was thinking that this may be the LLM you've been looking for. And they have a lot of super free options too. And they've kind of like Perplexity, they've done something where they have some benchmarks to prove it, but they've made a model that's free that's like extremely useful, not necessarily for giving out full pages of code, but is highly accurate for giving you like the exact snippet you need when you properly describe the program because you're already a programmer. That's like their kind of thing in there. I think you'll dig it.
That's very. I love the way it makes it so much easier for someone who's not like say I'm not very adept as a programmer, but like say the AI just makes everything a bit more accessible for everyone. And as a programmer, being able to develop things that might make it easier for people to use these technologies, just it speaks to me. It's my groin. No, maybe it's not my groin. Maybe that's too far. Fuck. I take that back. It's in my loins. That's what I meant. Or maybe.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not much of a coder or developer either, but I guess like 4 or 5 months in now, I am coding, I am developing, so I'm like I have to kind of come to that. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of us have been skinning cats a million different ways, and there's really no right way and wrong way. It's like, are you?
Well, like
copying and
if the code does what you want it to do, it does what you want it to do. Like it doesn't matter whether it's sloppy, whether it's like say most of the time it doesn't matter whether it runs fast or not because you don't give a shit. Like 10 seconds and 5 seconds are very slight. Like it's not the end of the world, is it? But yeah, I like to just make functional prototypes. Just like a really quick functional prototype, and then, like I say, try and get it like integrate it into a bigger project and slowly.
But it's really nice if you're working with others that the code is simple and readable.
Oh,
especially when
sorry, Mike, you came from
collaborating
nowhere.
on like data science stuff. Some people they write very complex and it's hard to understand, where others is almost written like human syntax.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like when, well, I was just gonna say, like when I write some code, I think, oh well, there's no point commenting that because it's so simple. When you read it, it says what it says what it does on the tin. If data includes Control C to exit, then we're gonna do this in this code block. Yeah, but obviously you only know that if, like, say, it's very simple to us. Window dot. Oh, we're gonna send it over to window. Is it window dot post message? Post message. So if we get that,
yeah, that's a good point. You say about working with other people. That's what it's like. That's kind of one of the only reasons I'm starting to maybe, and I got to be careful when I say this, but consider myself a little bit of a developer now and a programmer. It's because it's like I wouldn't have even known those questions to ask, and I am kind of on an island and like just learned a lot of this in my house by myself for like 3 months in a manic state, kind of, and then started leaving the house and realizing the disconnect when I was trying to show people like things that transitively were like a million miles out ahead and no one even knew where the starting point was, and I just sounded like a crazy person. And it's like now, yeah, realizing that the efficiency of resources and these other things, it's like I'm excited to realize how much there is to learn. But yeah, the reward of getting something to just run and actually function, I mean, it's been one of the greatest
Oh
feelings.
yeah, this
Yeah.
area is endless.
Yeah, I'm really excited
There
that
is-
something this exciting
There is
happened.
no ending point to learning in this.
I like it.
I was just really happy about the point where it was like a aha moment, and you start to understand how to emulate the code.
Yeah, I've started to recognize some like modules and functions, let's say, and I've started to like, yeah, it's like literally rubbing off on me. And from sometimes just prototyping stuff
Mm.
in the phone and getting like snippets back and starting to see them, and then like asking like to extract some sort of I keep using this sort of like human body type analogy to get like the body parts of what I'm looking at, but it's like I just can't believe how interesting. It's like Killian said it earlier in the speech. It's like it does feel like some magic. I mean, I didn't think I'd ever want to kind of study anything like this much again, pretty knee deep into agriculture and breeding and things like that. So it's like it's been my main forte, but now I'm just like the access and the change that one person can have with the right software. It's like a whole different level of rising the tide that raises all boats kind of thing. And yeah, and then now to start working with other people, I mean, yeah, I just can't even imagine. It's really,
It's
really
really
exciting.
cool. Same.
Mike, I see you're back. Quick question. Did you say you're on 0.1.9?
Correct.
Okay, so I just did the update. Does that mean I need to update again then from 0.1.7? Just run the same command?
Sorry, I'm confused. What do you mean?
The ram pip install upgrade open interpreter, and it only installed 0.1.7.
Oh. Pip. Oh yeah, I did pip install -- upgrade open interpreter. That put me to 1.9. I didn't have to tag the version or anything like that.
There we go. That's why it wasn't working, I reckon. Nope, I was wrong.
All right, I just ran it again, and I'm really sorry. I'm not just trying to get tech support here, but it's like, yeah, I'm still sticking at 0.1.7. Any suggestions? Doesn't make any sense to me. I'm going to copy it. I even got the announcement here. It says, yo, a new version's available. Run this command, the one you just told me. I'm going to copy and paste it, but it's like, oh, I guess restart the terminal. Yeah, it says all the requirements are satisfied. I'll just start over. The config YAML file in all instances of Open Interpreter. This is like my .env, correct? So if I change my model to Mistral now and I put true on local in the config, it will just load that way when I just press interpreter enter, correct?
I believe so. That's my understanding.
That's the dream. Okay.
Yeah. Also, just as a little aside, I sent a text to my phone just saying I want you to open openinterpreter.com, and on that phone, open up Termux, ran I want you to follow the instructions in the most recent text, and it did it successfully. So interphone communication via SMS is possible. It's just going to be how can we either automate it or set up like a trigger when a text message is received from a certain number to run a script that does something with interpret. Like, there's still a few steps away, but at least it can confidently open up an SMS, get the body, and then follow the instructions in it.
Nice. I'll have the Android set up here probably in the next 20-ish or so. I want to get the desktop all upgraded, but
Yeah,
with all these IDEs now that you can like add the URLs for documentation, I think it's funny because like I've seen some of the most beautiful documentation in my life in the last 4 months, and then now, unless I'm missing something, it all needs to go back to like single 7-mile long page documentation so that URLs can get everything at once. There we go. Yeah, I restarted the terminal. That worked. So is there a breakdown on how to use procedures in the help? Or where did you see that on the repo?
Main window is not defined. All right, yeah.
Thank you.
Window in it. Okay.
Now this is just a manual, right? You can still just run this in our, I can run this in my own terminal. Yeah.
You beating up your phone? Like, we have found out, me and Celsius, that we can also install NumPy, which is, I assume, a requirement.
Yes. the chroma, and which I think belongs to NumPy. We can't install NumPy in any way.
Right. Well, you can't. Oh right, yeah. Sorry, that was you, Celsius, not Mike. Sorry, I thought that was Mike talking again for a second.
Well, Mike, I hate to even say this because I know you're knee deep, but it's like I put that command in a few times and it literally just freezes the termux. It's not say opening anything. I checked if there was an app called Nano. It's not obviously that one. Any suggestions?
Let me take a look. Sorry, you said you did install Nano?
Well, is Nano an app or a package?
Package.
Okay, I believe I run that command, but let me triple check before I say I did.
Whereas, and yeah, that works. Cool.
Sorry about that.
Will that just be received?
Okay. One second. Try this.
Excellent.
Oh, shit. Sorry. It shouldn't say config.nano. It should say config.yaml.
Copy. And then is that a tilde at the end? Or just a dash?
Tilde.
What's the deal with I keep getting this when I copy paste, I keep getting this open bracket parenthesis 200 dash stuff added to the front sometime. Any idea? Not worried about this at all. Just wondering if it's happening to anyone else. Like when I copy from someone else and I paste in the termux, it throws it in.
no, can't say I'm familiar.
Good.
Yeah, trying to replicate, can't do it.
So just start with the accent before the word nano and then end with the tilde.
No, sorry, the accent was just to format. I've removed that. So just nano and then
Boom.
tilde slash.
Thank you, sir.
Did it open?
Well, I mean, it did something. It says right off the bat, directory interpreter does not exist. But I'm in data. I'm in /data/com.termex/files/home.configuration. It's just blank. So now I can type and I can make a config. Thank you very much.
Nice. And I think if you do interpreter --config, it might write that file.
If I do it in here or if I go back to Termux? I'm in Termux.
In Termux.
And it'll just write it for me?
I believe so. Because I never had to create the file, and I did run that config. And that's when I had to grant it a permission for something. Let me check my notes.
So interpreter --config from Termux. Copy.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, it did. I forgot. This is what happened to me the other day when I was playing on my own. It's like it's opening. So I'll do that again, and it's like it basically took the command, and then it opens 3 apps. None of them which like one's literally some sort of exercise preloaded thing on the Android. Another one is like a 3D AR app, and then the other one is Termux. When I clicked on Termux to open it there, I figured where I would config the text file. It just crashes. So I'll give you these. Yeah.
So that might have not interrupted the creation of the file. That might just be like an error trying to handle the opening of it. So check to see if that directory is still empty or if it created the Open-Interpreter directory.
Copy. Run the nano again.
Yeah.
No, it's empty.
Ah, damn it. Then yeah, you might.
But I mean, I can copy and paste yours and at least get going for now. But yeah, it's not necessarily writing it. Just so you know.
Yeah. No, appreciate that. I haven't looked through the code of Open-Interpreter to see what happens when you run config. I just made a bunch of assumptions.
Yeah, when you run it on the desktop, I mean, I was just messing with it. It literally opens it right up in a IDE. It allows you to edit, make changes, and yeah, it's not doing the same.
Exactly.
Or it's just maybe I need to. It's not give. I don't think it. Let me run it again. I don't think it gave me an option to select the app or the type of app. It just gave me 3 to choose from. I have Replit on here, but maybe that's not technically an IDE. Maybe I should put some kind of Pythonista type.
Yeah, I don't have any type of text editing on this phone, so I'm not sure what I would have used. My gut tells me my memory's not the best. But my gut tells me it was just still in Termux. But if yours crashes, because I did not experience any crashing, so I'm not sure what the disconnect there would be.
Word, yeah. Let me run it again. Really quick while we're chatting too, are you running? So I got the collab link, but you're just running these, or are you running it in collab, or do
No,
you
I haven't
run
touched
the?
collab yet.
Okay.
I
So
just
if you
I just
run the
opened the
procedure,
Read docs. Sorry, go ahead.
well, have you run the procedures yet? Then in terminal.
No, no, not yet.
Okay.
I would like to though.
Last
Try
question.
to. Yep.
Well, should it? I mean, it should still theoretically, these commands in collab should still just work in our terminal just fine, correct?
Exactly. They should. I don't see why I wouldn't.
Okay. I don't know why I don't take collab more seriously, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I really like the idea, but I guess I don't understand what I'm missing.
I'm right there with you. I've never actually I've opened it up, but usually just to read it or like watch tutorials. I've never actually played around with it, and everyone's telling me how powerful it is. So I just gotta suck it up and experiment.
Yeah, and I've seen these people break down the cost of like renting machinery from these virtual places, and they're like talking. I mean, they'll literally open like 4 windows on 4 accounts with a T4 model or something, and it's like I've seen these breakdowns where they're like, how does this place make money? Like, this doesn't make any sense whatsoever that they have all this compute available. And the only other thing I'll say is I try a lot of stuff, but there's a couple GPT 3.5 fine-tune like tools that have been made that run in Google Colab that I have. So if that's ever of any interest, let me know. I'll shoot it over to you. You can literally like, you can do everything in there with like a generically created data set, or you can also import your own data sets. And just before all these people made all these apps, it's like I was able to fine tune a couple like continuation prompt type models and some other things that afternoon because of that collab. And so that's when it really like smacked me in the face. But yeah, I'm just not understanding why I don't use it all the time, because I've got a couple of apps on my iPad that there's an app called Juno that will run a full collab in, on a mobile device. There's a few that are horrible, but it's like you can still update packages and stuff on that one on an iPad. So there's that.
Okay, that sounds cool.
I mean, I think so. Yeah, figure out how to really use it.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah. It's like we've been thrown out of the nest and we already know how to fly. I just don't understand what gravity is.
Yeah.
Thank you for editing that command.
Interpreter currently reports to be installed. Nope, just errored again. And yeah, it seems to be where it's because it won't do the NumPy thing. It won't do. It fails on. Like I say, it's throwing something like CPOW first, and then CPOW F. But before that, it's failed NumPy call lib npymath.a.p. Meson generated npymath complex c.o. That's the first sort of error that it gets, and then it goes into. Then I started thinking if I could get NumPy installed, then this might install. But yeah, it's not really working.
found a different write-up for how to install it. He did a big one-liner too, and I'm not sure if it's all the same. It looks like he has extra stuff in there.
Paste whatever you would like, my friend, and I will indiscriminately run it.
Danger, I love it.
Oh well, like I say, I'm only here to try and help you out, and yeah, to entertain myself a little bit with chatter to you. I hope you don't mind. And yeah, the more I can do to try and help out. Firstly, being actually have the application running on my fucking device. Yeah, I am also trying to make sure I do get my own shit some way done. I want to display. No, I want to position. Absolute. But I need to relative what it's in. Don't I? Absolute. And then what is it in? It's in like container or something. Yeah. And then we'll just position relative that, and then that should be able to go to the bottom. And then all being well and good. I didn't do what I wanted to do. Why didn't it do what I wanted to do? So that's... Is it called container? It's the other way around. Is it absolute and that one's relative?
Nice. Was this just made this morning?
What I'm doing now?
The one line install?
No, this repo hasn't been touched for 2 weeks.
Oh, you got
it only has 1 star. It's gone completely under the radar.
This is the one you put out?
No, this is someone else's.
Does that
His is, or this person's is nicer than mine.
It's always harsh when you see that. What I'm going to do is take a picture of the command and then try and copy and paste it from there. Looks good.
Now, when I run that code with the space in between the words open and interpreter, it wants to open one folder called open that doesn't exist and another called interpreter that doesn't exist. Think I need to do anything about that?
You normally put, if there's a space in between it, you put it in quotes or whatever, don't you? But is it quotes?
There's actually, I missed a, one second, I'll just edit it. I missed the slash. Got to escape the space. I just took it from my the present working directory, but to actually navigate there, yeah, you had to escape that.
Package update and then the package update.
Oh, sorry, I did the wrong one.
And then the package install. Clang make rust bin utils. Python git. Tur lux. Dash API. someone's dog going sick?
Oh, he's dreaming. Some dream sounds.
Dreaming of the postman by the sounds of it.
He's having a dream where he has a cough, apparently, or something. I don't know.
I've written out the full command now. Right, just go in. Seem to do chroma. So I'm sure it fails once it gets to high numpy. There is Python numpy, but I don't know if that will. So it won't know to use that, will it? What's it doing? Oh, that's why. You ever do front-end development, and then when you're doing the CSS, you put a full stop per class instead of a hash, and or the other way around? Oh, that is the wrong way around.
On the newest edit, am I keeping the accents on the outside of the whole command? After YAML and before nano again?
It's me.
Okay, Mike, it worked, dude. It just generated the full config in the position it's supposed to be in. Thank you for doing all that.
Amazing.
I put in your last command without the. I don't know if it's copying from me, but it still has the tilde. Okay, the accents, and that's just to suggest that it's a snippet and should be unbroken, right? Like that's how you pass it, and then I should just know to take the. So anyway, yeah, that totally worked.
Love
Great
it.
job.
Awesome. Happy to hear it.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna start getting you some results to start receiving your commands and whatnot, and yeah, now I can get the business. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, for sure, buddy.
Yeah, even after
Is
running
that-
that big one liner, I'm still getting the same error.
Are you running? I was telling Raw Dog this last night. I basically kept running in GPT 3.5 on one and then 4 on the other because I've got the Pixel in the other one. Anyway, it's actually getting extremely reliable results just telling it to use beautiful soup and doing scraping with 3.5 on the cheap cheat. And I think I was even just running turbo. Well, or maybe I have it confused. Can we even run 16K in Open Interpreter? Or do they not have it supported? Anyway.
Yeah, I believe they've got it supported. Like I say, I've only ever run Open Interpreter through the Azure OpenAI endpoints. Well, and locally, preferably locally. It's more fun.
Yeah, Mike, I am going to make one change in the config right off the bat. I'll just throw this out there. I'm definitely going to, I mean, I guess I can't read the whole thing. It's probably in there. I should go more sideways. But I'm going to tell it it's in a phone, that it's in an Android.
Yep.
It is inside the shell of an Android phone.
What did I write? I wrote something like you're in an Android and you have access to Termux API or something like that. I think that helped it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, if you need, and use Activity Manager. I put in mind if you need to post a tweet, use Activity Manager, but that should be more broad. Activity Manager gives it a lot more capabilities. Oh, sorry, I have a second line. The ability to pass data as arguments to Android apps when opening them via Termux relies on the use of Android's Activity Manager command. I'll paste it in. That was obviously way too long.
Now, am I missing something? If I do pip install upgrade, I should be able to get 1.9 on the phone, right?
Yeah, pip install -- upgrade. Yeah.
Excellent. I'll get these arguments figured out one day. I printed out all the commands over here. I'm sitting right next to me. It's pretty helpful. Guess I should look at them.
There's no harm in trying another package install command. So we did clang, make, cmake, fftw apparently, fftw, and libzmq.
The other person's script had clang and make, and mine doesn't. So maybe that was what I overlooked.
So it's pip install interpreter -- upgrade.
Nope. Pip install -- upgrade Open Interpreter.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I didn't even contribute then.
Got all the glory.
I know. I'm a fucker for it.
Sick. Here we go. All right, now I'm going to put these freaking procedures in place on the phone. I mean, with the system message and config and then those procedures, yeah, I don't see how we're not going to be have our little phone agent human replacement swarm going here in no time, so that humans can chill and work on cool stuff. I ain't trying to like make no one go broke. Don't get me wrong, but all the menial crap, yeah, man. Or just the power one. I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of just more selfish about my own tribe of family and friends and one person productivity gains. So it's like, yeah, when I haven't really, I mean, I'm excited for the workflows that will develop and when people bring their completely different tools they've created and start interacting with people, and then these things can, yeah, interact those hardware devices. Like, I like how Termex just runs in the background even if the phone time, goes to sleep. Seems like that's something Apple could never do. I mean, I know they do a lot, but like iOS shortcuts, I'm doing all this complex stuff, scraping like 30 URLs, making PDFs, got like 5 API calls going at the same time. And then, like the phone dims out and everything just stops. It's like, I think they'd fix that by now. Yeah, if you do business automation, Mike, you're going to kind of, I mean, I won't cloud the stream right now too much, but like iOS shortcuts is absolutely amazing for making extremely intricate prototype apps on the fly. And the more you use it, you'll start realizing there's just like these 5 or 6 blocks you can use to pretty much set up a skeleton of anything, but literally a text block with like a prompt, an open API call with a couple dictionaries, and then saving as a variable and just serving up like 25 or 30 deliverables, and then dumping those into a text file and letting GPT-4 either say create a certain type of document with multiple forms of media, or I mean just whatever it is. It's like it's insanely vast. It's like the closest I've come to having anything like what you did on an Android. Anyway, I think you'll really dig it. I've got some
Yeah,
great shortcuts with you to help show you the way.
Yeah, no, so dude, I would love if you shared some. I've opened up shortcuts twice, browsed their their gallery for maybe 5 minutes. I'm like, I just don't get it. Like, I don't need a Pomodoro timer and stuff like that. But if you can like compose them and make something cool, that's very appealing to me.
Oh yeah, well, one I've made is I made one that like lets you just call, like if you put LM Studio on your desktop, it has access to everything. Well, now you can just from your phone, you can connect a Siri high quality voice if you want. You can use an 11 Labs API call if you want. But I mean, I just walk around doing farm chores, talking to Siri, getting intense educational lessons on stuff from using Mistral and MPT7B and like just different chat models on my own with 0 tokens. I can have it connect to like, those document collection type things from GPT for all. It's pretty wild. And so to take the tokenization out of it, but then, I mean, I also have several shortcuts I've made that literally use the OpenAI API call. I've got a couple endpoints for like Palm. I've got Anthropic ready when it lands. But the ability to use just curl and get request actions that have nothing to do with AI that are built in shortcuts and get large amounts of information. And then, still I hate to use words like summarize, but just however you want to look at it, information handling that GPT-4 can take from those kind of sources then. And the fact that you can plug it into a 16K model where you're not getting knocked up against these tiny context windows. It's like some of the stuff I'm doing with, the mermaid chart analysis and like the visual representation of data and so forth. It's like, I'm not really getting around those context windows, and I'm not getting as many fast, lightweight actions as I can fire at once, let's say, from shortcuts. But yeah, dude, I felt the same way about shortcuts over the last 8 or 10 years of iPhone use because I like Bluetooth stuff, and I'd like to have maybe a slightly more automated home, let's say, but it was always just confusing. And then it finally just became like my lifeblood of like, it just felt like a magic wand of like an octopus holding like an octopus on each arm with a Shiba on each arm, and the potential of what you can do. And now to realize coming out the other side of it and be working in like React web type apps and not worrying so much about Android or iPhone, but now the ability for like when people really get comfortable with this, it's like, I think the iOS shortcuts will have its true heyday. Like we haven't even seen it yet. It's like because of AI and what people will be able to do, I think that every app that you love will start making shortcut actions. And it's just highly intricate, highly elaborate is basically the thing. And if you're into this level of already doing stuff and with what you did, getting into Termux and that doesn't frighten you, it's like, when you learn the flow of shortcuts, you'll be out there whipping stuff up left and right. And the big part is just like the shared clipboard on all the Apple devices, the shared environment, the AirDrop, all those kinds of things. Super handy. So like, I have a couple things where I make kitchen assistants. One can be something of like an executive chef role where it's like because of that shared clipboard and basically just multimodal prompts, not some like, you are an advertising.
Hey, I got to with the freedom.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I think you'll dig it for sure. And with like X callback and a couple apps that let you like record automations with your fingers of like authentication, you can provide serious business level automation. So that's why I thought of it, was when I was checking out your bio or whatever it is where we interacted, where it says, that you get into business automations. It was just like, well, yeah, I mean, it's right up your alley, man.
And it's right there. Amazing.
Yeah, and for all your clients, potentially, it comes with all Apple's shouldering the privacy protection, Apple's shouldering the virus protection. It's already installed on Apple. Literally, Apple makes it. And where it came from, I can't remember the dude's name, but it's one of these like 10 or 11 people that weren't Steve Jobs that are like famous for what they did at Apple. And it's like the guy was in charge of app development, I think like 7 or 8 years ago. And like him and the crew that were doing all the prototyping were literally like making Apple software. They were the ones that like pleaded with them, and then that dude like convinced Steve Jobs to release it to people. Although for most people, it literally just sits there. But like Apple developers use the crap out of it, and when you get in these tiny niches, and then now with the crossover to like hardware and other, complete other operating systems, it's like I said, the closest thing I've been able to do, except what you've shook and loose over here, with
Very
anything
cool.
even close. Yeah.
Very cool. Have you played around with Hammer Spoon at all?
No, but I'm writing it down.
What's Hammer
Yeah,
Spoon?
yeah. Check out Hammer Spoon. I found it not that long ago. And what I said, so it does the same type of thing. Like it uses Lua, a programming language, but you can set up automations. So I have it where every Monday through Friday, like every weekday, when my computer turns on between like 8 and 9 a.m., it'll prompt me, "Are you starting your workday?" And then I click yes, and all of my apps open because it executes an Apple script. So like it's if you write an Apple script and Hammer Spoon set up to like trigger at certain times, it seems very powerful. That's the only one I've done with it so far, but just another thing where it saves me a few seconds, but now I have the infrastructure set up to kind of get more of these automations going. But shortcuts, I'm definitely just looking at shortcuts right now.
Yeah, I don't have an Apple device, so I can't try anything with.
Yeah, that I have a MacBook.
It is a
and
slight
an
limitation, isn't it? When you put it like that. Go on. Go on, what are you saying about your MacBook?
Oh, just that I have a MacBook and an Android, so they don't
Right.
talk to each other very well. So I'm always trying to figure out little ways to pass things back and forth.
Oh yeah,
Even
Go on.
good.
No, please. Sorry,
I was just gonna
I
say
talk enough.
the Android, what's it called? I forget, but the app that you have to install on your MacBook to be able to transfer Android file transfer.
Right.
It's trash. It's such a trash app. So I just resort to things like share to computer share to computer
Well, yeah,
and stuff. But
where you can imagine how easy it would be if you had an Apple device where you could probably wave the fucker over your fucking keyboard and it'll transfer shit. Yeah, but if you've
Yeah.
got an Android device, no, there's no way that the exactly the same technology in both systems could work together. Yeah, well,
No.
I just like pissing around with all sorts. So I've got my S22, I think, here trying to build. I should just grab the S8 of my daughter's as well to see if it works on there. That's still trying to build, and it's just failed again. Trying to build Open-Interpreter. I'm messing around with this on my desktop. I got my mum to buy me for my birthday and Christmas a Steam Deck because I thought I'm not gonna have the money to get it. And then she was like, "Will you take me out to get a Switch?" I was like, "Of course I will, mum." So I took her out, and then while I was in the shop, I was like, "Oh, I wish I could get that Steam Deck." She's like, "I'll get it for you if you want." I was like, "You won't, would you?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh, that's fucking awesome." I'm well gonna try and, like I say, just get the first thing I did was get a local model running on it. Yeah.
Amazing.
And in other news, whilst trying to see if I can quite easily pip install C transformers on this phone, so I guarantee I can download. Well, almost guarantee I can just download a model now and, like I say, write a tiny bit of Python code to take an input and help, interpret that code. And I might just, what I was going to do was quickly open another Visual Studio window. In here, I think I've got a recent a recent, what do you call it, project called LLMC Transformers, and I did send it to the what do you call it? I did send it to the PyPy servers, but I forgot what I did. I forgot how to recover that. So I'll just put another version up. Let's put it on version 0.010. And then if we just py do this, run this command maybe. Fine, upload that. And then username and password. Yeah, I've been playing around building my own Python packages as well. I thought, like, best way of learning is by doing.
Exactly. Fully agree.
So we've got 0.08. Now, if I do this on my phone, let's try that on my phone. If I do, will Termux run in a what do you call it? In a background window?
I think so actually. I think so. I haven't tested it, but I think Two Dog said it earlier. He's typing, so maybe we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, never mind.
I'm just curious because, like say, this input thing. I think I turned it into a endpoint, into a Flask endpoint. So I was hoping I could just open Postman at the same time. The Postman. I assume there's a Postman thingy app. What would you call it?
So I had to install Package Ninja, and now I have to install something called Package Patch Shelf for the update. Just a heads up. I'll put it in the thing in a second.
I'm missing one requirement apparently.
What were you wondering if I got working, or I was muted earlier? I'm sorry.
Oh, if Termux runs in the background.
Yes, it has so far where it's just screen's closed on me and I come back and it's still doing that long install.
Oh, that failed to run as well. Oh, set up tools requirement. Do do do.
Oh shit. I forgot. I think Killian may be chilling in the
What in the
potentially in the voice chat in the other room. Nope.
He might have been. He might have joined on his own, and he's like, "Shit, no one joining me. I best leave with my dignity." Obviously, if we'd noticed him, we would have joined. But
So I got a numpy install no blaz library detected. Install one or use the allow no blaz build option. This may be up to 100 times slower.
Ooh, that sounds slow.
CMake tool chain failed to determine CMake compiler state. Seems to be the first error. I'm not going to worry about running the procedures right now. The YAML on 1.7 is enough, I think, to make major moves today. Unless you start running into that later, you decide to try and upgrade to 1.9 on your phone. Let me know if you push through it. But yeah, I think I'm just going to start trying to contribute to what we're doing here. 5 hours in, though.
I
I'm getting too distracted by fucking trying to install Open-Interpreter on my phone, but yeah, it's annoying me that it's not fucking, it's not working. And why it's not working. If you guys have got it working, then it sounds like a me problem. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna restart my device. I know that might not make a absolute difference at all, but it may also make all the difference.
worth a shot.
It is, isn't it? Like it's I could at least restart fucking Termux.
Off mic for a couple minutes. I got to grab a like USB to HDMI type thing.
What's the fucking command for installing in Termux again? Is it? It's not apt, is it? It's What is it, Mike?
Sorry, what was that?
The command for installing in Termux.
For Open Interpreter?
Oh right, no, yeah, you just do pip, don't it?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's just pip
Yeah,
install. Just a
there's
Python command.
it's PKG, isn't it, for packages
Yeah.
in Termux?
Yeah, sorry, package install nano or whatever one you go with.
Inter. Fuck off. Sorry. I typed. I put interpreter. There we go. I'll just get a little carried away. Something, doesn't it? Cool. I need to do better than that though. And quicker.
So I was just walking. I only have it in 3.5, but I basically told it install YOLO, create a camera preview. I want live identification and segmentation. Well, I thought it would just get wicked intricate right off the bat. It actually chose to write an HTML page to run the live preview in a video window for the camera. I would have never thought of that in a million years. That's like latest weight. To be able to run the segmentation code with it rather than just in the video window, because it wouldn't be able to get that overlay. Pretty wild.
Sorry, I missed that. I was just upgrading on my phone and yeah, experiencing the same errors that the other guys were. So I'm gonna try a little debugging.
Yay! Yay! Mike's
Exactly.
coming into the problem, so now he has to solve it. Yeah. I'm
And
sorry,
I mean,
Mike.
it's like
I'm sorry I'm
no,
enjoying your pain so much, but yeah, like it is really good
it's
when somebody else has to solve your problems.
it's bittersweet because it proves that my script was correct when I wrote it, but now it's a piece of trash and worthless. So I
Yeah,
gotta
well,
fix
that's the
it.
thing. There's so many variants as well in what you're trying to do. There's never going to be just a one thing fits all solution, is there? There might be eventually,
Exactly.
but it's going to take some work.
Exactly.
That's what ideally I want this Electron app to be. I know that once I get it functioning, I can just bang it out for Mac, Linux, and Windows all in one, and it should, in theory, just work with Open-Interpreter reasonably well. Like I say, it's not going to be like say on my own doing this. There's no way I'm going to make it super fucking good, but I'll try my best. But I've broken it, so it's not really. Being said. I didn't put that in, did I? So log it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just something about the color highlighted syntax popping out in 3D and this whole AR programming thing that's it's just too much. I highly recommend checking it out. And this is on the phone in Termux.
Sorry, what was that?
I've got Termux in a landscape view in these Next Real Air AR goggles, and they look like little sunglasses. And it's like it pops out the color coded syntax in 3D a little bit further off the code than the regular white text. It's just quite immersive to
That's
work
so
in.
cool.
It's pretty wild.
Right, I'm wondering what the best way of changing your like settings would be for a so the way the way this application is running it in a command. If we wanted to add, I wonder if just running it in a Python script would be so much better. And then you can just add lines to it, can't you? And then continue it running as you go.
No, Mike, do you have your Android phone plugged into something where you're using it on a monitor?
No, so because it's so there might be a way to circumvent this, I don't know, but because it's a Samsung, when I plug it in, it loads up some desktop.
Oh,
Like
Yeah, it's called Dex.
yeah, it's Dex.
yeah.
Okay, you can turn it off in your settings, but why don't you open Termux in Dex? What's the problem?
Oh, I remember because I did that yesterday. I was confused, and then the cable I have is either the cable or the port because this is an S7. Wait, S7 I think. So it's like an older one, and then the connection kept getting dropped, and it was very frustrating. So I just said fuck it. Had my Bluetooth keyboard on it. I was like, that's enough hackery. But
Or if it's an S7, yeah, probably there's some kind of like display port codec stuff. They didn't. I mean, I think yeah, that's like way too old. So I wouldn't sweat it too much then.
okay, yeah.
Good
Actually,
to
let me
know.
see. I want to validate that.
Just because I mean, it does make such an enormous difference. Like I'm not even using the like AR or browsing and all that. I'm just on that Dex thing, and it's just yeah. Even if I wasn't in these goggles, I would definitely be plugging it in through a USB-C to HDMI adapter.
Does that work?
S9 plus. Sorry, it's S9 plus. Still old.
Yeah, what are they on 23 or something right now?
20 is, I think it's higher than that. Like I say, this is a 22 and this is old. Like I say, it's got an old smashed back and all that. But it's still not running Open-Interpreter as we intended.
Yeah, what is it? The Snapdragon processor or something? It's like that's the key to all this. If you can get an Android that has, I'm pretty sure what's called a Snapdragon processor, then you're like
I'm pretty sure
super in business.
I'm pretty sure a lot of them Samsung S22 processor. Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 is the S22, and even is S7 being old. Oh no, it's yeah, Qualcomm Snapdragon 820. They're all just low power SoCs, but They've got the place.
Now, do the arguments have to go in any specific order, or can they go in any order at all?
I don't know. That's what was my theory as to what was going wrong with the other guys earlier, but I think it's just because the new version has the new version has extra dependencies, so I'm not sure if it matters.
Copy.
Oh. Got a new command to try. Pip install setup tools equals 59.8.0 C flags equals is that dash W no implicit function declaration of a mathlib equals M pip install. That's just to install NumPy. So done some yep, and it has failed as expected. So let's try this, guys. Command. Declaration. Yep, just think that looks pretty dodgy, but worth a try. You're not ready yet, you're not even loaded yet. Model. See if the shell worked okay. Yeah. That's what I was doing. It was in the preload. I need to send arguments to the spawn thing. I'd send arguments in this function. That's pretty much what I was doing. It just seems like that's not how you send out. Oh, well. What that's how you send arguments. Yeah, it is that. Do we now output that? Reload and render are both sending it, which is good. If render's already got it, we can already show it on screen. Yeah, render's receiving it here. Sent data object. So it's this one. It's just sent twice. Right.
So if I do the export API key one time in Termux when I'm not in interpreter, is it theoretically supposed to stay active in that environment?
It will for the session, but if you close Termux, it doesn't persist. So I added it to my bash RC, and that way it's there every time.
What's the -RC?
Oh, bash. I think this is the path. And then that should open up a blank file, and then you just put export an AI API key equals. And then every time, so the Termux runs with the bash shell, and bash will run what's in this RC every time when you get started. That's where I also do my aliases.
Awesome, super helpful.
I think that's the right path. One second, let me just validate that. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Maybe. Maybe, baby. send nothing. I wonder if that just selects the first one. I don't think so.
Sweet. I did the update now. Is it there's no like save function, right? I just closed the where I went into bash RC and that's that.
Do Control X and then
For exit?
Y. Yeah, Control X will exit. It'll ask you to save. Then you hit Y and then enter.
Oh, there we go. Awesome. Forgot about that. Thank you.
And then followed up with source.
Type in the word source for the name.
No, sorry. Just save it as is. Don't rename it.
Okay.
And then you should get back to the terminal when that's done.
Well, yeah, because it gave me it asked me if I wanted to save, then I hit yes, then it popped up file name to write.
Oh yeah, and just hit
And it
enter.
said
Same name.
Oh, there we go.
And then once you're back in terminal, then you run that source command. That just refreshes the bash shell.
Oh, so at the beginning of each session now, or this will do it one time and that's that.
Yeah, then it's set forever until you update the file.
Awesome. Yeah, because that's the most annoying copy and paste of this whole thing. I've got to like save in a text message, and this isn't an activated phone, so it doesn't matter. But it's like, yeah, that just saved me hours. Thank you. Over the next like year. Oh, we're an open interpreter. Excellent. So this isn't going anywhere. This channel. Good. I guess it's a message. Okay.
Just send a new line. Maybe that constitutes event at the board. Don't respond. there'll be data. Just want to send that open. Oh. What I'm going to do, just to speed up production, is you can do interpreter local and then set the model name, can't you? Can you?
Yes, I think it needs 2 dashes in front of local.
Yeah, you're right.
And so I've never done it this way, but yeah, I think you have to do the full path to get there. I'm not sure. That might be bad intel.
It's okay, mate. I'll try it. There's no harm in trying, is there?
Exactly.
But then we fall into the problem of Open-Interpreter being in a file where it's called open space interpreter.
Right. Which is just messy.
Isn't ideal, is it? But so C users Jeff app data. Is that it? App data local open-interpreter models, and then the name of the model. So just copy. We'll try it. Rename that. And then backslash that. Probably wrap it in quotes just in case, because I very much doubt it's not going to like the spaces, but let's try it. No, I didn't like it. Let's just try local and then just the path to the model without the dash model. It just didn't like the argument. Let's try just the name of the model and let's hope it assumes where it's getting it from. I could look up documentation, yeah, but that's boring. I might look up documentation, you know.
Yeah.
I will pip install upgrade though. Pip install upgrade. You know when you pip install upgrade, you don't have to piss around redoing the CUDA stuff, do you?
No, it should be fine.
Pip install upgrade. What the fuck am I doing wrong? Oh, I didn't do dash upgrade. Dash. Felt like I heard somebody's stomach rumbling then. Brrr. that your dog again?
That might actually be me, not my stomach. I'm just lying on the ground, and I live in an old house.
You're just
so
growling indiscriminately.
yeah. Why isn't this working? I installed NumPy.
Are you still encountering them issues?
Yeah, I've installed 4 packages. Each of them I thought I had it, and it never worked. So still just chipping away.
What the fuck's wrong here? Consider
Exactly.
fucking uninstalled tokenizers. Access.
Chipping away at the 1.9.
Yeah,
What?
good old 1.9.
Alright, I'll fucking try and open it in a fucking command prompt that is got administrative rights, Ash. You want that, dear? You want that, dear? Will that make you happy? Will it? It will. Still be a miserable cunt, won't you? Paste. I copy while you no paste. The process cannot access the file because it is being used by another process. Python scripts. Oh, have I got it open in something else? Can't see it open in something else. Let's close Visual Studio just in case it's still somehow running in one of its terminals. Let's try again. Yeah, it was just one of the it being open in one of the command terminals, it would seem. The other thing I was trying to do was let's see if we can find the documentation. Local, and then what, name the model maybe? That's right. Got it right. I've already selected the model, you fucking idiot. What's the whole point in that? What? Yeah, I think it's saying that we're using Uber Booger now instead of Llama C++ Python for local interpretation. I could be wrong though. I want you to run immediately.
All right, so basically, we got the playground open. I'm diving in with Code Interpreter, and I'm going to get some ideas of basically what it would do if it was in the letting it know of 2 instances of how it actually operates, and start to find out like some use cases here, what we can actually get away with. It seems to know itself a little better than I do, of course.
I feel like this documentation is a good start, but it really does need some work. This answers my question. Just do model 0. Got any of the variables set up? Why is it trying to? It's just trying to download a model. So, no idea. I'm gonna jump into the general chat and just put in general in Open-Interpreter if anyone wants to join and shit. Catch you in a bit. Thanks for the invite. Love you, bye.
Have a good one.
Bye. Yeah. I'll do that. Well, that doesn't work, does it? We tried that. The bloke. Right, well, that's not gonna work. We can't do that because I haven't set the variables of it for API type. And I could do that. Let's try not to share them with the world in here. Let's turn it off for a second. And be right back. We just want path. Path. Got our API key, we just don't have I think I saved it to desktop, did I? Yep. We want your API base. Probably Azure underscore API underscore base. And that. Let's run it again. It'll be API type. What would pass the API type on with the GPT-4? Let's send it again, see what that says. API version. Oh right, yeah. Azure API version. That's that one. Path. New. Azure underscore API underscore version. Paste that. That. That's it, isn't it? API type. You've got that. It's GPT-4. What do you mean API type? API base, API version. Does that need to be in quotes as well? No. Let's put it in quotes. Maybe. What am I doing wrong? Oh, sorry. I can't show you now. Oh. Come on. Yeah, we're getting. Oh. I should. If I do show you, close this. Oh, it's on the wrong screen anyway. But there's a chance I might show you by accident. So yeah. API version is required. The API type. Should have set the API. Oh. Oh hi, Bartos. Yeah, hella quiet. Sorry. I apologise. Don't know how we could change it now, so it could be turn this up, but then there is a small chance of getting completely changing the sound. We try the filters. There is a few filters for reducing sound. I did try and test it though before I went live. Sorry if I missed your message. Yeah, here we are. Anyway, with the app. That's good. What did I change? What? I've changed folder. Oh yeah. And then right. Oh, now it's trying to download a model. Is it? Cool. We can do that. It's coming in stdir. If if data includes downloading, we're going to post message downloading, but we also want to get how much it's downloaded and send that to the UI as well. So anything before the percentage. Get numbers before just 1 or 2. Or we just get the first. Right, and then console log percent just to see if it's working. We can delete this afterwards. Does look like it's downloading a local model. And that would be good, because like I say, rather than you having us having to piss around with any what would you call it, environment variables, we can just use a local model. It's 4.11 gig though, apparently. So it might take a few. We could also write, like say, showing on the screen, have something come up when we're downloading, the percentage at how much we downloaded. Ideally, we want to be able to change the models via. So I'm still not sure whether I should just be, as I'm doing here, I'm loading interpreter with a command after it, where what I could do is spawn Python and then just pass commands to it, if you know what I mean. I'll try and turn this up. It might just go horribly wrong though for us, and like audio just goes. That should be abnormal, I think. Hopefully. But I don't want it to obviously be too loud if I'm tippy tapping on the keyboard. Yeah, but yeah, there's a question whether, because again, there's two ways of doing this. So many ways of doing anything. At the moment, we could probably just show that whole. Every time we receive a downloading message, just add it to the screen. Because we're receiving all that data, we're receiving that pseudo GUI. Yeah, we could do something a bit nicer with, I don't know, some CSS, some JavaScript, like a radial loading button. Loading UI. Anyway, I'm gonna go make a brew. So we'll let that finish. And we'll see what happens when we reopen it. Forgot that was waiting on Mike to solve his problem with and worry about doing tomorrow. Right. Well, I did have one view at one point, but that's by the by. Four whole impressions. Wow. So to be fair, we would want this updated data because we want to know what our download speed is, don't we? We'll probably just get everything after between the comma and the megabits per second. So this whole all the data is worthwhile. Just don't really need this bit because again we could probably do something better in CSS. Well, JS and CSS. I don't know if you could just do it in CSS. Right, so it's done. Oh, no, it's not done. Alright, thankful for that. Thought it was actually going to take hours then. To me, it's the most important that you can run local models. But that's just what's most important to me. Everyone else is more concerned about GPT-4, I know, but still going. There's 13 minutes. What is it doing? Say C transformers don't need this much work. What was I gonna do? How are we getting on? 44%. Did say it may look like it's frozen sometimes and interpreter dash Tmux. Termux. No less. sh equals setup dot sh. Try sh.setup.sh again. We're going to assume it's not going to do it when it gets to NumPy, but we will try. Is this? Like I say, I assume it's still receiving messages on account of Mistral, LM, downloads. When it's loading. My phone is loading. Try open my stream up on my phone and see how it sounds. Oh, my phone's run into an error. There's nanoconfig.yaml, that guys. It's like the Open-Interpreter config. It's fine. That's nano setup. sh. Alright, so literally what it does is set up of command. Cool. But doesn't work. I'm running do. Has it just frozen or oops. Oops, come back. Jack! Come back, Jack! I think it's still working, it's just taking it down. What command did I run? Just dash local. How did it receive an input to just I kind of hear some interference through my headphones, like something is going on, but yeah. Let's say, thank God. Stuck it out. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Right. Still not receiving anything into here. Only because I haven't written any code to do that yet. But what we're trying to do at the moment is have a local model start. I don't know why. Right, maybe. Right. I'll be right back. What I'm going to do is just check that the environment variable paths are correct. I've got them actually on the Steam Deck of all things. Opening this file. Open API base. Azure API base, sorry. Azure API version. It might be because base has quotes around it or whatever. That I don't know. Maybe not. Let's try that. We're back. Right screen. Yeah, we're back. Hopefully my mic's better now. Oh, I didn't even check it. Does take an awfully long time to set up, doesn't it? Big old load bar. Oh, 30 seconds. No, 40, oh, 50. Oh, a minute. No, back down to 30. It's very indecisive when it wants to finish. Should put some, I don't know, backing music on, shouldn't I? Something that's obviously. Let's see. We want 3. What's it called? Low fi music for YouTube streams. This one maybe? I bet it's not gonna end up being copyright free or whatever. Can't hear it. Is it going through on the stream? No. Open sound settings. I'm not sure if Discord's gonna be working. Am I? It does say that some sound's coming through. Didn't break my headset there. Try turning it up. Nope. Nope. I got nothing. What have I done to my audio? Any better? Does that actually show? Yeah. So it's There's nothing coming out of my computer right now. I've checked. Just checked. I've checked and double checked. Why? Why? There should be sound coming out of it. Why oh why? Shall I? Just gonna close all these windows in. Probably using a lot of them. I'll open another. Try that again. Free lo-fi music. Yeah. Imagine if this is being muted because it's why you no work? Oh, that's almost certainly coming through. That was definitely coming through the stream, man. Luckily, I don't think anyone was listening, so everyone was watching. I'll have it very low if I can. It does look a bit too bassy. I can't hear it. I wish I could. I'm trying to. I've got my headset is set to the maximum. Couldn't go any higher if it tried. Yeah, that's really the maximum. It's not even got an inline volume changer. No. Input's fine. It's the output we're worried about. That says that it's coming out of there, but it's not coming out of the headset, mate. That isn't. That is. Right. Maybe that is a bit too loud. Well, that's too quiet. You need it there, and then we need to open sound settings. No. We need to open volume mixer. Then find YouTube. Or Chrome even. And then even lower. I don't think you guys can even hear it. Probably because it's not coming out of this right thing now. There we go, now it is. Maybe that's really low and low enough, chill enough. And we can, yeah, chill to them vibes. Maybe someone will join us in the interpreter voice channels. Are we any closer? Still fucking far off this. It's gone back up to 20 minutes. It's a good job I found some music. But this is not it if it takes 20 minutes. We're going to have to sort out the Azure, Monsieur. What's the other interesting thing you could do actually that wouldn't take much work for this hackathon is you could just have it spawn 2 instances of itself, and then you query one and it queries the other to get it to create the, I think they call it multi-agent or whatever, but yeah, I don't like to be so pompous. Joking. All these pompous developers with the verbiage, the posh verbiage. Needed to get some chill music, because yeah, this has taken far longer than I thought it was going to. But we'll just, then downloading the model didn't take as long as whatever it's doing now. Again, I don't know why it's doing this, because you know, local models shouldn't take this long. For instance, see if we can do a quick, for instance, if I do no, it's called like transform -AI, transform -AI. Is that right? And then Postman. Yeah, you can. First, you can access my firewall and say we send a prompt to this. So just an endpoint. We're gonna send. I don't know what's in the body. Show me a print in CPP. Let's see if that works. I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's working because we're getting a lot of feedback on the headset. There we go. So I'm a bit annoyed because it didn't show me how long it took to come up with that. To come up. Why didn't it show me how long it took to? Yeah, it should show me a printout of the tokens it cost and all that, so I can compare it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was with no. Oh, it might actually be with some GPU acceleration. I could check. Do I have it open? Do open recent. Start. Delete the old versions. And what was I looking for? Why it doesn't print the token amount. Result. Print. Is that only if it's yeah, we only want it to append that, but we do want it to print it all. does return it all. Right. No, that's a problem for another time anyway. Did it return it? Oh, it's not even returned, that's why. Come on. What's wrong here? I've got a change. Oh, right. Yeah, that should not make a difference. We're on the right server, 8K prompt, yeah. I should be working. You should be working. Reacting like this. That's... Oh. It did run. It just didn't return it for whatever reason. There we go. Yeah. Apparently it took 18 seconds. Let's try again. Yeah, I think I heard it stop. Let's go to that's my oh, there we go. There is our response. What's it done? Why is it done response text and then... Is this Llama CPP and not? Right. Yeah, Mistral 7B. That is the output for Mistral. I don't know why it sent the extra. Oh right, yeah, that's why. Yeah, this is the response text, so it'll CP play, new line, include IO stream, comment. Another, oh, I mean to do that. Don't say that one. Oh, there's a new line there, yeah. So I just missed it because it was backslash n. Yeah, the thing is, all these new lines. Oh no, because I could just put them in as a value and then. I'm probably removing that one. I have to change all the markdown again. Possibly. We got any further? Nope. Yeah, that's handy. Alright, it's needless to say we're probably not going to be interpreting on locally. Unless we can find a much better way of doing it. Ooh. What does I get copyright claim for this? Would be pretty annoying. It's like you did explicitly say that it's copyright free or whatever. No copyright sounds. Has that moved anywhere in the last 30 seconds? Still sending events. Alright. And he decided to do something as I sent. I wonder if we can use pipe somehow to pipe into it. It'll be in, yeah, preload. So in SDIL, we should be able to maybe where did I put it? Do. Surely. Sure, we can. I do think that's probably the way though. But if we just did a new line, let's just enter. Have you given up? What the fuck are you doing? What's 1.8? Hints a second. It's just gonna send a new line anyway. Oh, so it is done. Oh. So we close it and open it again, see what happens. See? Not gonna send anything to it, but think after all that, probably better off hyphen -m. You see what Killian does in his code interpreter. Let's open interpreter. We want GitHub. We want code interpreter. Code interpreters. Base code interpreter. We want well, that's just that. Create code interpreter. No. Subprocess. Open. Python. Not in there. What else? I don't know either. It's here. It's here. What lines does it add? There's not add any anymore. Oh, dash I, dash Q, dash U. Dash I. Dash Q. Dash Q. Then we're gonna import to interpreter. Cool. Run. Oh. That might just be because it does look like it's not executing though. Will it only take one extra argument like that? Well, yeah, it's definitely Open Python. Was it dash Q? Dash Q, dash U. Don't know if this is the way to do it, but it'll take me 1 second to find out, and if it does look like it will work. What happens if I send a new line to it? Right. If I do import into Interpreter, right, we'd have to send it after, I think. What would happen if we just send, do that. Yeah, sounds good. The proof of concept. Did not seem to print hello world. I'm in a new line. Create process dot type let's see in pipe. Let's see if that gives us any clues. Alright. Well, can I just send import? Oh, we'll just do the print again. Print hello. didn't like it, but it got more response than nothing. So dest end is not a function. Why is the 3 pipes? It's SDIO, isn't it? Right. It's not pipe. Come on. It's print. Yes. Hey, SD dude out. Hello. So we can import interpreter. Yeah. Right. What we can do is just let's event.data in a new line, and then that way we can just send or interpreter. Fuck. Do command is not defined. What? Let's check what the event data. Oh, send command. Right. We don't want the command. We want the command. Whatever the bloody message is. I'm sure I did that. So we're going to send messages to the process with actually, I'm pretty sure that that works as a proof of concept. That will send a message. When render, we want to be able to access the create process. Or when I send this message, sure, that's why I sent it as command. I'll send the input first. Right. It's in preload. If event data if event data, I'm gonna write it into that. Import into fuck, because then it tries to send command as well. Not equal to ready, not equals to command. Sounds about right. Why? Alright, because yeah, does that make you more happy? Import interpreter. Seems okay to me. Let's just get some basic commands off the interpreter website. Well, not website. Can we just do? Do we have to set the model? I bet we do, don't we? We'll just do that. See what happens. Predictable. Oh, we need to change all that. All right. Let's go back to let's go back to not that. We want we'll do again, we'll do interpreter interpreter local Why am I still printing them as byte arrays? Everything should now not be a byte array. Ah. Right. To be fair, I have been streaming for quite a while now, haven't I? Oh, 5 hours. And doesn't look like I've achieved that much in the 5 hours, does it? With this, that doesn't even respond. The other way of doing it would be, like say, set this up as a Flask server, then query the endpoints from the Electron app. And then I could maybe just skip a lot of this and have a Python script with configurable variables. To select what you want as far as running your open interpreter. Maybe. Command is still being sent. Through stdio. It should just be the event data. And when I do say hello, it should, if the model was loaded waiting for a response. Let's just check. Would help if you spell it right most times. It doesn't seem to be getting started, mate. Seems to be hanging a lot. How do we do Uber? Oh, we're using Uber now to query models, are we? Uber. that part of Booga? It's just using fucking C transformers. So why not just use C transformers? By the time you've typed all this, you might as well just be using C fucking transformers. This ain't the one, is it? Yeah, well, like I say, they probably built some cool stuff on top of it, but not helping me, is it? Helping me right now. Are you even doing anything? Say you're getting started, but it doesn't look like you're doing anything, mate. What do you mean? Architecture not yet supported. I'll tell you what. Well, that's not right, is it? GPT-4. Let's at least check that this works. Thank fuck for that. But it won't work on the local. Right. So let's just try with this. Let's do to do model do Azure GPT-4. Huh. Can't you get them variables? Can you not get the variables? Process dot dot open underscore API underscore key equals. It's not going to be open API key. It's going to be cat. I need a package for it. Is it? Oh, I'm thinking of OS dot. But is that not? Well, maybe not. Dot dot Azure underscore, what is it? Base underscore API underscore base equals that. Process Azure API version. I don't know if any of this is going to work. We've got API base key, and that's it, because it gets the engines. It's just M3. No. I don't think so. Let's just see what ChatGPT says. In this script, what is the problem with porting the variables? Okay, I'll just pass it by. Surely it should get it then. Surely it should know of its environment variables. Oh, it just says that it should know them already. Let's just add them. It might do something, who knows. No. Execute, you're just not getting your, Azure. Oh, and it does try and send something. It does receive something as soon as it, well, at least it tries to, but it can't get the. Let's get rid of these. Let's do. But yeah, it should inherit its environment variables. Or maybe it's because the user. Also get. Right, that's not good. That's not good. That doesn't help. So currently, tries to send the data. API version. just go dark while I check my path. Azure API version, Azure API base. Yep. They're both there. Hoping once I get this sorted, I can, as they start exposing it to itself. Let's do shell file, see if that changes anything. No, it still fails. Let's see if there's anything we can find that might be useful. Right, that does just literally detach it. No, it's not sending a message into it. Didn't like that. I want to say that's how we send arguments. But just in case. No, definitely not. I did have it right. But just in case I'm being dumb. Because there's always that chance. It gives us the error afterwards, but as we saw, it's not loading the environment variables. Will you not comment out? Yeah, you will. Might not be able to see. No, it still errors out. So maybe if we don't pass it that environment variable, then maybe. Where are we going with this? Well, first, what we need to do really is, whenever it spits something out, we need to show it in the window. Then it's just spat all that out. Right, it's in the send command, wherever I put that. Send command event.data. Right, that is irrelevant now, but it does need all of these are coming from stdir. std out. Why? Why are you having such an issue now? I feel like we might be better going Python -i-q guy q, can't remember what the other one was. Track. Come on, Copilot, give me a clue. Oh, I can't remember what it was. I don't want to check. Fuck, I'll check. Interpreters, languages, Python. Thank you. And what we're going to do is first we're going to see. Yep, that just takes an input. What we'll do is onload. Let's just. Has that got window? It has. So we could do on document loaded in here. But after the create open-interpreter process, we can just send. Let's just function set up open equals create process dot right, and we're just going to do import interpreter for now. Just, I know it's messy. Interpret dot. What is it now for changing models? I hope they've got hope it's on readme. Oh, is that on? Changing models in so do we just do interpret? No, that's not the. Oh, interpreter.model. Oh, that's. Oh, is that? How do I pass it to? So is it interpreter.model and then Azure /? It's not really clear, is it? Especially with the Python, right? Well, you say that, but what's the example of the? Right. Oh, there we go. Interpreter config file. Try that. Where do you want this interpreter config.yaml file? Just wondering where this thinks it is. Should we just run? It's not on. See if I could just run ls here. And then just should be able to see the output. Let me know. Unless it's just wherever you get it open, I suppose. Or maybe I'm getting tired. Yeah, because where, oh, config path with the name. We could try and make it like a variable. The problem is we don't know where it wants that config path to be. Oh, what I was doing as well was writing to interpreter dot there's extend config, but we don't want that. We want a reader config, don't we? Oh, we can just line by line. Interpreter dot model. Equals Azure Azure this will work, but oh, I didn't run the process. But we can test it as a proof of concept. No. Is it because it's trying to run asynchronously and it's not? I should really explore that a bit more so I can understand why it's not doing what I want it to do. Maybe we can do I don't think that even we ever received a ready message anymore. Might be why we don't get. Well, we don't want to do that anymore, do we? We wasted all that time. This will work. Import to put an event listener for the enter button, but yeah, and then interpreter dot chat. Oh, we do get the ready message. Only after it's loaded. Oh. That's all out of stdir. So maybe that is a response. Let's try that again. stdir. Let's just run it again. This is going to start costing us for interpreter interpreter the dot model equals Azure /GPT for yeah. Definitely sending something back, right? Calm down. Alright. If I'd spend all that time sorting that out and then it ends up just being guff like the rest. I need to fucking stop having to type as well. Import in interpreter dot model equals GPT, no, 0/GPT4. Yes. Interpreter dot chat. Still in what is that? Oh, right, maybe. Let's try and pass it a message this time. Let's do that again. So let's do import interpreter interpreter dot model equals 0/GPT4 and interpreter dot chat hello. Send. So what data to be sending back? It's all the same fucking numbers. Alright, well, this might. This might explain why we're getting all the errors, but. You've got an API version. You're just a big kidder. I don't know what this is then. This is the error messages put in whatever it's in UTF-8 or not UTF-8. Right, I think that's about time to call it. I'll have to start nice and early in the morning to try and get more done. And yeah, it's not gone sensationally. I wouldn't say the ICA because maybe I just need some sleep, and then we'll look back at it and we'll fly through it. I'll stream that as well tomorrow, even though probably no one's going to watch it. But that's not the point. I don't stream for people to specifically watch. Stream just in case people want to watch. Also, just being sat in this channel on my own in Open-Interpreter's Discord. This guy was like, anyone want to join general chat? No, everyone just wants to. Not even Killian. He's probably oh, I'm so lonely. Oh, my joke. Right. Yeah, thank if you have watched, especially if you've got to the 6 hour mark. Jesus. Yeah. say we've got somewhere, we've got an executable, even though, let's say, it doesn't quite do. What I should probably do is have yeah, like I say, I do need to create that process. But after I've created that process, pass interpret or something. Like say that's the thing. Like how much time I might waste on this when it might just be better going with the command line spawn process. So yeah, I wish I had someone to ask about it, but other than yeah, Mike and that, which I didn't want to bother too much because again they've got their own competition to be entering, their own hackathon thing to develop and present, as do I. Right, well, if you've enjoyed this, then yeah, thank you, love you.